Good afternoon to you from wherever you're watching the National Assembly proceedings from. It is 23rd of February, the year being 2021, and on your screens is the live proceedings of the National Assembly just about to commence. This broadcast is brought to you courtesy of the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. This is in collaboration with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Gladys Mungai. Let's start off by having a look at the highlights of the order of business this afternoon. The House will, in its fifth session, consider the referendum bill. This is National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2020. The bill currently is in its second reading, and the House will be resuming debate on that particular bill by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice, as well as matters to do with legal affairs. The Chairperson, Committee on Implementation, will be tabling a motion. This is on the status of the implementation of the resolution of the House. This is in regards to the conditional approval of a nominee for appointment as ambassador. They're taking into consideration the finding of the Select Committee on Implementation. This is on its report on matters examination on the implementation status of the resolution of the House, arrived at 6th June 2019. This is in regards to the conditional approval of Ms. Mwende Mwinzi for the appointment as the ambassador of Kenya to Seoul, South Korea. That particular report was laid on the table of the House on November 27th, 2019, and takes into cognizance the determination of the High Court in a ruling made on 14th November 2019 that while Ms. Mwende Mwinzi cannot be coerced to renounce her citizenship of the United States of America, a person holding dual citizenship ought not to be an ambassador unless that particular person renounces the citizenship of the foreign state, as the dual citizenship may jeopardize the national interest of the Republic of Kenya. This is against the interest of the foreign state. This House therefore rejects the appointment of Ms. Mwende Mwinzi as an ambassador. The Refugees Bill, as well as the Health Amendment Bill, and the Care and Protection of Older Members of Society Bill, Senate Bill number 17 of 2018, are also bills to be considered before the Committee of the Whole House. The House will equally be resuming debate on the National Assembly Library Services, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2020 by the Leader of Majority. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health, on matters to do with the Kenya National Blood Transfusion, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2020 is also lined up for debate in this particular afternoon session. Also lined up for debate is the National Cohesion and Peaceful Building Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2018, by the Chairperson, Committee on National Cohesion and Matters Equal Opportunity. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders number 42A, subsection 5, members will be fielding questions before specified departmental committees. The first question is by the member for Central Imenti, Honorable Moses Mugine. Will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Physical Planning on the status of ownership of land occupied by Mpindi Primary School since 1988, and what action, if any, the ministry has taken in place in the adjudication officer who registered the parcel of land in their name in 1995. The proceedings of the House are just about to commence, and on your screens is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi. I'll now hand you over for the live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests were committed to our charge. Amen. Very well, can commence.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, it is with deep sorrow that I notify the House of the untimely demise of the member for Juja constituency, the Honourable Francis Munywa Waitito, who passed on yesterday, Monday, 22nd February 2021, while undergoing treatment at the MP Shah Hospital in Nairobi. Honourable members, the late Honourable Francis Munywa Waitito was born on the 5th of October 1958 in Gigiri area, which was then within the present Kiambu County. He attended Karura Forest Primary School, where he served the Certificate of Primary Education, CPE, before proceeding to Shanda High School for his East African Certificate of Education. He thereafter obtained certificates and diplomas in coffee-related research and management from both local and international institutions. Honourable members, the late Honourable Waitito, popularly known as Wakape, and immense interest in the agriculture and the real estate sector, which highlighted his sterling career at a number of coffee estates in the country, where he served at management level and later as group general manager of one of the then major coffee estate farms in the country. Honourable members, the late Honourable Waitito's popularity on account of his work ethics was confirmed in 2013 when he was elected as Member of Parliament for Juja constituency. Unsurprisingly, he retained the seat in 2017 despite battling cancer that saw him travel out of the country on a few occasions for treatment. He was an illustrious and devoted member of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock and the then Joint Committee on Catering and Health Club, which is the predecessor to the Committee on Member Services and Facilities. He also served diligently in the Committee on Implementation. He was unequivocally vocal on matters pertaining to coffee, as exemplified by his efforts that contributed to the declaration of the Coffee and Funds Revolving Fund by His Excellency the President during the 124th session of the International Coffee Council in Nairobi in March 2019. Honourable members, the late member was consistent in introducing and supporting legislation on improvement of the agriculture sector and ease of doing business in Kenya. He will be remembered in this House for introducing the Law of Contract Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2018, which was the first individual member bill to be published in the 12th Parliament. The bill sought to compel creditors to first realize the assets of the principal borrowers before proceeding to realize the assets of guarantors in cases of default by the principal borrowers of loans. Although the bill did not obtain the requisite presidential assent, it nevertheless provided many insights into borrower-lender relations and related dynamics in the country. Honourable members, you will agree with me that this nation has lost a progressive, trusted, and devoted community leader whose efforts reflected the interests of his constituents. On behalf of all members and staff of the National Assembly, and indeed on my own behalf, I wish to convey heartfelt condolences to the family of the late Honorable Francis Munyu Waitito, the people of Juja constituency, and all his relatives and friends during this difficult time of mourning. As the National Assembly, we assure the family of our support during this period of great sorrow. In this regard, honourable members, and in line with the Parliamentary Service Commission's bereavement policy, I have constituted an ad hoc committee to help with the funeral arrangements. The committee, which will be led by the member for Kiambu constituency, the Honourable Jude Kang'ethe Jomo, MP, and will comprise of the following other members: the Honourable Wanjiku Kibe, MP, the Honourable Julius Meli, MP, the Honourable Gabriel Kago, MP, the Honourable Fabian Chule Muli, MP, and the Honourable Kimani Ichung'wa, MP. The Senate is to also nominate 2 members to this committee. May the Lord rest his soul in eternal peace. Members, in tribute and honor to our departed colleague, the Honorable Francis Munyu Waitito, MP, I request that we all stand to observe a moment of silence. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you. Honorable Duale. What's wrong? What are you doing?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of myself and my family and the people of Garissa Township, I wish to send my condolences to the people of Juja and to our late colleague and brother, Honorable Wakape, as he was commonly known in this house. Mr. Speaker, I had a very special relationship with Honorable Wakape, and his death has really touched me. Honorable Wakape was an active member of this house, and he used to sit behind me where the current leader of majority, used to sit. And him and Honorable Pukose, I want to say it without any fear of contradiction, really were my foot soldiers. They really helped me in dealing with matters of government business in the house. And I can remember when Honorable Waititu, may his soul rest in peace, had this piece of legislation, the contract bill. He was not at that stage even able to move his bill at the second reading. And I remember he delegated that responsibility to me. I moved it at the second reading. The House agreed with me and him, and even at the committee of the whole House, I think it is the only private member's bill that as the former leader of majority, I moved and I took it through all the stages. Fortunately or unfortunately, that bill was very, very important. It had only one clause, and it was, as you well said, Mr. Speaker, was that banks or financial institutions should deal with the principal borrower before they can go and seize the assets of the guarantor. But for very strange reasons, and in compliance with Article 115 of the Constitution, the President had reservations on that bill. But he will be remembered. And I really want the Speaker to ask, because it is 6 months now down the line, I will be ready to bring back that bill, maybe considering the reservations of the President, and see whether we can bring back that bill, putting in place what the President said, so that this House and the Hansard can be used to honor our late colleague. Mr. Speaker, finally, I think, I was in many WhatsApp groups of members of parliament, and they were shocked, of course, at the number, because in the last 10 days, we have lost 3 members, including the late Honorable Senator Haji, our colleague, Honorable Oyon, George, and then Honorable Waititu. I think it is not, yes, and this parliament, I think, has the highest number. If I speak for the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th parliament, this parliament has the highest number of members of parliament who died while they are serving. But I think in this period of COVID and all that, just because we are members of parliament and we can easily, our death can easily be visible, but there are many people who are dying, and I really want to ask that even the COVID numbers are rising now. So let us encourage our voters and everybody that we go back to the protocols of the COVID as given by the Ministry of Health. But Mr. Speaker, this House has lost a great leader, and I am sure under your leadership and our clerk, we will give our brother, our colleague, a befitting send-off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Malwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on my behalf of my family and the great people of Kimini constituency, we bring message of condolence to the family of Honorable Waititu and the entire Juja constituency. Mr. Speaker, we've lost a great friend. Mr. Speaker, I'm the chair of the Catholic Members of Parliament Forum, and indeed, Honorable Waititu was our member. And every Wednesday, he never used to miss Mass. In fact, most of the time, Mr. Speaker, even the time he was ailing, he used to come very early with Honorable Muturi Kigano. And Mr. Speaker, this is a man who was very brave. Many times when people have cancer, there's a lot of stigma. And I shared so much with him. And he told me, Mwesh, my mother has had issues of cancer, and even the sister. And last time when he was in India, he called us that, please remind me in prayers the time he was ailing. Mr. Speaker, as Catholic Members of Parliament, we've really lost a dedicated colleague. I remember him mentioning to me, he was the chairman of the Juja Parish Committee on Development. And as Catholic Members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, we normally visit our colleagues every month, and we do some contributions towards the development of the church. And this year, Mr. Speaker, he was earmarked that was the parish you were to visit. We didn't know, Mr. Speaker, that he'll not stay more with us. But as Catholic Members of Parliament, we want to assure the Juja Parish will be able to fulfill what we had discussed, Mr. Speaker. This was a man who was very humble. This is a man who was cutting across the political divide. This is a man who could speak every language, Mr. Speaker. He used to speak fluent Luya. Till one time during his campaigns, Mr. Speaker, he invited me to go to Juja. And I asked him, how comes you speak Luya fluently? Only to be told, Mr. Speaker, majority of the people who work in Kiambu doing that work, they were Luyas, Mr. Speaker. So this shows we have so many Luyas in Kiambu side. And I went there. And the man speaks fluent in Kiluya. And the workers really liked him. You know, he's a man who was very humble. And I remember him mentioning to me that he has worked for the Kenyatta family in the coffee industry, Mr. Speaker. I know His Excellency the President has really lost. And we bring this message of condolence, and we pray to Almighty God to give family strength and comfort at this difficult time. I thank you.
Member from where?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On my behalf, my family, and the people of Mwea, I bring my condolences to the family of the late Francis Munywa Waitito, a man whom I came to know when we got into this house, Mr. Speaker, a man whom I found to be a source of advice in this house. Quite often than not, we did sit with Waitito, the late Waitito, and he would advise me on house procedures. Actually, much of what I have learned in this house came from Waitito, as well as the MP who spoke before me, Honorable Amarwa, whom I really consulted with. Honorable Speaker, because of that consultation with Honorable Waitito, I found my way to his constituency with Honorable Koinange here, and I learned a lot of the good work that he was doing for his constituents, and as a result, I also organized for my CDF team to visit and learn from best practices from his constituency. That's the man we are bereaving today. We've lost a man who was dedicated, who was always here, whipping people. At one time, I thought he was the chief whip, because he really worked tirelessly to see that house business moved on the way it was supposed to, and I think this has been alluded to by the former majority leader, Aden Duere, that man was really dedicated. It is for that reason that we offer our condolences and hope and pray that God will be with the family, that God will give his family strength to endure the challenges that come with the loss of a father. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Member for Igembe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity. Let me take this chance also to pass my heartfelt condolences, mine and my family, and for the great people of Igembe Central, to my good friend and colleague, Honorable Wakape. Mr. Speaker, Wakape, we joined Parliament with him 2013, and we became friends, and all along we were coping on very well. And even when he got diagnosed with the cancer, Mr. Speaker, he just told me that he had taken his mother to the hospital to be checked for a cancer ailment. But then he said because the sister also had cancer, he also preferred to be tested, and he was already found to be also sick, but in the early stages. So he was very confident that because it was discovered in the early stages, it will be managed. And when he went to India, we were confident he's going to go and come healed. But unfortunately, it has caught up with him, and I really feel sorry for the family, for the people of Junja, and may his soul rest in peace.
Member for Tharaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, allow me to also extend my condolences, deep and sincere condolences, on my own behalf, on behalf of my family, and on behalf of the people of Tharaka, to the constituents of Juja. They have lost a great man. Honorable Wakape was one of the best members of parliament we had here, a very likable person, amiable and friendly to everyone. I remember Wakape from the days I joined the House, because he was one of the MPs who could introduce us as newcomers to the procedures of this House and what happens here. He would make friends with even us, the freshers, curious to know where we came from, and also eager to tell us about Juja constituency. Wakape, I actually met him also when I went to Mangu High School, which is in his constituency as a parent. It's also my former school, and we were able to do a lot for the people of Juja through that school. We have lost a great man, a man who will be remembered for the work he did in this House, especially on the law, the amendment to the Law of Contracts Act, which act we actually opposed because we felt it was infringing on some of the provisions on the laws of contract known in this country. But he was able to persuade the majority of the House that this is a law that was going to help the common man, and it was for the betterment of the country that we enacted it. I'm happy to hear the former majority saying you will revive that law. We will look at it afresh and see whether we can breathe some impetus of life into it in honor of the late Wakape. Juja, we condole with them, we condole with the country, and we say, may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to join you and the entire Parliament on behalf of my family and the great people of Endebess to send our condolences to the family and the people of Juja following the death of our colleague, the Honorable Francis Munywa Waititu, alias Wakabe. Honorable Speaker, Wakabe used to sit here, and he was a great friend of mine. We would always mobilize ourselves if there is serious business and make sure that we support the majority leader to make sure that that business is transacted. He would move around and try to mobilize people to come in. When he became sick, it was very unfortunate. Wakape, all his children, most of them are all joined the university, the others were in Makerere, and he was only left with his wife, Susan. Susan would, Wakape would, in the evening, would call Susan, where are you, so that they can go home. I know she's going to feel very lonely after the death of her husband. I want to really say pole to Susan and the family and the people of Juja following the death of Honorable Wakabe. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Member for Alego Songa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And on my own behalf and on behalf of my family and the people of Alego Songa, I would like to convey my heartfelt condolences to the family of the late Ben Waititu and the people of Juja. Honorable Speaker, remember we joined Parliament a bit late after the majority side had joined because we were engaged in resistance. So when I joined, Honorable Speaker, I was trying to make friends. And I found Honorable Waititu to be very friendly because he used to go for the Catholic Mass every Tuesday in the morning. And I used to come very early, so we would meet at the tea area. And we started having a conversation, and he was very friendly and humble, and he told me that in his constituency there are many members of my community. In fact, he told me that even in his CDF committee, there were Luos who were appointed in that committee, and we became very close. He told me that he was very, very happy because the handshake had provided him an opportunity to be a proper leader, because in his constituency, he was representing members across the country. So I want to say that when he became sick, we continued conversations, and he was very optimistic that he was going to survive, because he had told me that he got the disease a bit earlier. But unfortunately, God has done his part. Honorable Speaker, what I wanted to say lastly is that, you know, many of our colleagues have gone to be with the Lord. And this is something that we need to learn as members of Parliament, because each and every weekend I see a lot of us are involved in vicious political engagements. And sometimes I see my colleagues speaking in rallies and they are very, very bitter. Like if there's no politics, life cannot move on. I want to urge my colleagues that, let us embrace each other. Let us behave like Honorable Titu, who was more of a nationalist, who engaged everybody, and his constituency is a constituency that was cosmopolitan, and he was able to represent his people without satisfaction. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Member for Kipipiri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to join my colleagues in sending my condolences, those of my family, those of the people of Kipipiri, to the people of Juja, to the family of the late Wakape, and all his friends, and indeed extended to all the people who are braving or bravely bearing the ravages of some of these diseases that have come to become almost part of the normal, and which he was one of the greatest ambassadors in terms of admission. And he kept on telling each one of us, I have cancer, but I believe that it will go away. He never lost hope. He knew it's terminal, but he believed that he would extend and put more life in his days because he knew it was a matter of when. Now, I met Honorable Wakape in 2017 during the campaign period. I think we went as a group and were campaigning within the neighborhood from Juja, going to Atondo. And, he comes and says hi to me. Of course, he knew me, but I had not met him. And we started talking like we have known one another until at some point I was telling, we are campaigning in your area. But, even as we were looking at saying, yes, we want to go to campaign in Juja Farm. And, but if we go there, we might miss this. He was quick to say, leave Juja Farm to me, right? Let's go and campaign in Wajiko Kibe's constituency, because the former MP, the Honorable Ivara, was giving her hell. And so he was willing to give up his own, the campaign team, not to go to his place, to go to the other one. Yet you could see he was still frail. And in my imagination is that this is the person who needs all of us to get there. But his people loved him, and you can see they elected him. And he made friends with everyone. He never shied to say what was the issue. Most people tend to hide things and then suffer in silence. And by opening up, he was able to live with the condition and to internalize it. And I think that's perhaps what we all need to do so that it's, the pain is lessened. But as we go through it, I believe members of parliament, in the usual way, we will be generous between the leader minority and I. We will then be communicating to the clerk so that arrangements can be made on how we support our colleague in the usual way, in the standard way. And at least it's easier to channel everything as one check than to keep telling everyone to send to a committee, some to Airtel, some to M-Pesa, some to a pay bill. We will do it in an organized way. So I want to thank you members for that decision that was made earlier. And I think thank my predecessor for enforcing it, where we actually do those contributions. We'll be doing that ourselves. We'll facilitate that so that we have a check-off system that will go to that. So I want to really, it's something that has touched us. And it's a sad thing, because immediately we lost the Honorable Oyoka. Sorry. Immediately we lost Honorable Oyoka, even as I was writing the message to tell members, I was very much alive to the fact that Honorable Wakape was in a very bad state. And indeed, my worst case scenario was like, do I need to write 2 messages? And it's come so close to Anna. So it's a sad time for this nation, for this parliament. And we do hope that we'll pray hard enough that we also be given a small break so that we can continue working without having to, to condole every other day. But we also must be realistic that it's God's wish, and we can only hope and pray that his soul rests in eternal peace. Thank you.
Member for Turkana Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I join my colleagues for the same to give my condolences and the people of Turkana Central and my family. When I came to this parliament in 2013, Honorable Speaker, this is the man that I met, and he became like a brother and a friend. He showed me a place to get the house in Kawaskari, and we called each other Shemeji. Whenever I met him along the corridors of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, you always give a good smile. Even if you have a problem within yourself, when Mweshimoto smiles, you feel comfortable. So on behalf of my family members and people of Turkana Central and Turkana County as large, I want to say, pole to the family. Thank you.
Member for Gilgil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also join you and my colleagues in eulogizing a great man, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Wakape, whom I met in the 11th Parliament, and as has been said by my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, he was not shy of talking of what was ailing him. In fact, I think he gave that story to everyone on how he chanced to go for testing when he was taking his mother for the same, and he was encouraging people to actually take tests so that if there is anything, it can be detected early. So on behalf of myself, my family, and that of the people of Gilgil, I just want to wish the family God's grace that surpasses all understanding, and to the people of Juja that on the loss of their MP, and hope that, as the majority leader has said, that this 11th Parliament will get a break, because it's been quite some tough time for this Parliament. But I think, Mr. Speaker, even as we eulogize this great man, the one thing that would be in his honor would be to prioritize health. And I say this to the county governments, even as we fight for more resources, say to the counties, Mr. Speaker, through BBI and other areas, that county governors can honor the issue of Abuja Declaration of 1989, that not less than 15% goes to health. Let us bring India to Kenya, Mr. Speaker, so that the many people who are suffering out there from cancer, from illnesses that are terminal, are able to access this locally. With those few remarks, sorry to the people of Juja and to the family. May he rest in peace.
No, Bandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to eulogize on my behalf and on behalf of my constituents, the late Francis Waititu. Mr. Speaker, I will not repeat what my colleagues have said, but it is true that this honorable member was a friend to many, if not all, in this House. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when I looked at Waititu and the way he was behaving, you would ask yourself that probably all of us need to represent cosmopolitan constituencies to be able to appreciate that we can live in diversity, and that ethnic polarization does not help this country at all. This is one gentleman in this House, Mr. Speaker, who, even if you had differences politically, or you are not different political divides, but still you could find time and discuss constructively. In fact, I remember when immediately after the last general election, he was so passionate about Raila and Uhuru shaking hands. That time, no one even knew that there would be shaking of hands. So I think this was one of those Kenyans who were really praying that this country could come together, and this country would live together, and there would be peace in this country. One thing that he kept on repeating is, we need peace in this country. In fact, he would sometimes irritate you with that kind of statement, because he would repeat it severally in your ears to hear. Those of us who are on the other side of the political divide would ask him that, are you asking for peace because you are in power and you want to remain in power and stay in power? But I think he meant it from the passion with which he was saying it. He was a friend to all of us, Mr. Speaker, and actually it took me time even to know that he was unwell, until a time came when I didn't see him for quite some time in the House. Is when I got to learn that he was in India. Mr. Speaker, later he came out publicly and spoke about his condition and spoke about even other members of parliament suffering the same. My concluding remarks would be, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to look at the health sector in this country to be able to address this issue of cancer. It has ceased to be a rich man's disease. Honorable Waititu may be a person of average or was a person of average means, but I will tell you the poor Kenyans who are suffering and dying from this disease cannot be counted. In fact, some of them die without knowing it is cancer. They term it other diseases, local diseases. Some people think they are bewitched, etc. But the truth of the matter is cancer is widespread in this country. As a country and as leaders, people who are policy makers, we need to think through this matter. It is something that we should not just leave to the counties as such. There should be a policy direction from the national government level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to pray with the family of the late Francis Waititu, Honorable Francis Waititu. May God rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Member for Kiambu Town, Jude Jomo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my family, of the people of Kiambu, and myself, I would like to pass my heartfelt condolences to the family of Honorable Waititu Wakape, who passed on yesterday. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Waititu was a member of the Agriculture Committee, and we as members of the Agriculture Committee are very, very sad because he's the second member of the committee to pass on this year after Honorable Morunga, and it has really shaken the committee. And he was very, very active member of the committee. And I remember one time him arguing about the amount of money that we allocate to agriculture. Agriculture contributes 27% to the national basket. Yet we only allocate 3% to agricultural activities. And he would ask, are we having our priorities right? Because really, you should feed the animals that produce more so that they can give even more. And he was agitating so that we allocate more to the agricultural sector because it is going to make our country even better. Honorable Duale have talked about his bill. And I remember he consulted me widely when he was doing that bill because he was very, very passionate about it. Because we knew of people who had lost their property, not because they had borrowed, but because they had guaranteed some people or their relatives money. They had guaranteed them in the bank. But the bank would look at which property is more lucrative. And without consulting anybody, they would go on and recover or auction the guarantor's property before even touching the borrower's property, which did not even look like it's naturally fair. And I remember supported his bill, but it was unfortunate that it never got the presidential accent. He continued working very hard, even when he was sick. I remember him one time coming to the house with a statement that he wanted to read. But he had lost the power to read. So he was looking for another member who would read the statement on his behalf. He refused to go and sleep at home because he was sick. He said he would continue working. And he worked until he could not work anymore. He was that hardworking. And after he came from India for treatment, I remember he went and took a roadshow truck and went around his constituency, even came up to Githurai, telling people of how to keep off or what steps they should take so that they can get diagnosed at an early stage before cancer really started affecting them. So instead of many people would hide their problems, but he came out strongly and said, I am going to use this opportunity to help others not to get cancer. Mr. Speaker, like my chairman in Kamsi said, he was a member of our church here in Parliament. And he was very, very active. And he came until he could not be able to come to Parliament. He continued being a member of our church and being active. And I think the only way as a church we can thank him is by visiting his constituency like we had planned and supporting his church.
If you only 1 minute because you are the chair of the ad hoc committee, please just, we don't want long debates.
Okay.
Yes.
Time was moving very fast.
2 minutes, 2 minutes maximum.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, last year, his constituency CDF was ranked, I think, number 7, because they were able to manage the funds and to prioritize the projects in such that it was very well ranked in the country. Mr. Speaker, I met Mr. Wakape even before I came to Parliament. I was a meter reader, and he was manager of a farm. And I went to read that meter there, and we became friends. You know, famous men always read meter. If you remember, even Jomo Kenyatta was a meter reader. So even this Jomo was another meter reader. So I came to learn that him as a manager of a farm would go out with his workers and he would pay bills to them. He was telling them, you take whatever you want, I will pay. Because he was a very generous man. And this Wakape was from that sentence of saying, I will pay. He was very, very generous. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank some members of Parliament who joined hands a few months ago, did some contribution and said they must go to his home and do, we called it soup. We take him for some soup so that he can recuperate faster. Thank you very much, those members who we went together to Juja. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to stop there and say I visited the home this morning. The family is doing well, it's very strong, and let us support them the way the majority leader have said, so that we can give Wakape a dignified send-off that he deserves. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Narok North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd also like to take this opportunity to condole with the family of Honorable Waitito. And like the House to note that he was actually a member of the Committee on Implementation. He was a very committed member and a person very pleasant to work with. He was actually the life of the party, if I may say so. And I think what I learned from him, in fact, the last time he appeared before the committee, or he came, attended the committee deliberations, in fact, he said that he was actually improving. He was always very optimistic that things will turn out well. But unfortunately, as in all spheres of life, some things don't happen as we project. All I can say is that we are praying for his family, we are praying for his friends and his constituents, and tell them to be strong, because a great man has rested. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Kiambu Town, County, Honorable Mushomba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to mourn one of my great voters, the Honorable Francis Waitito, popularly known as Wakape. On behalf of the great people of Kiambu and the great people of Juja, I want to register my condolences. I wish to say great things to this great son of Juja, this great son of Kiambu, the great son of a peasant who appreciated his past and used it to capitalize on his achievements. Honorable Speaker, I got to know the famous Wakape when I was working in the radio sector. He was actually the chairman of Juja Salams Club, the club that used to send salams to everybody. And as a farm manager then, he used to list all his workers, and he would send salams to them through radio, and really wanted to be recognized on behalf of his workers. He was a great manager, He was a very sociable person, and oftenly he was referred to Wakape because he used to say, "Wape nitalipa." Give them what they are consuming, I will pay on their behalf. Honorable Speaker, Wakape has taught us to be loyal, a virtue he has held on until his death. He always spoke about his days when he served as a farm manager and how his bosses supported him in his political career, something that is not very common to most political career members. He enjoyed his life, and most of all, he loved ladies. I have appreciated him because of the way he has treated his wife, Susan, the way he has always accompanied Susan everywhere. In fact, most of us got to know his wife through him. I'm a friend to his wife, and I can tell you that in every social place that I went, including the last ceremony we had in his home when his last-born daughter was wedding, you could tell that this man honored women and appreciated their presence. I mourn a great lawmaker who dedicatedly served his people in Juja with zeal and vigor, and the best CDF patron during his first term. Honorable Speaker, we appreciate the Honorable Wakape as one of the great registrators that we had in Kiambu, and especially when it comes to the plight of coffee farmers and coffee workers. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Rarieda, my family and I, let me join in condoling our late colleague, Honorable Francis Waititu. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Waititu, representing a cosmopolitan constituency, could not only speak Luo, as Honorable Omalo is saying, he could speak Luo fluently. And when I asked him, he told me it's because a lot of his constituents were Luo, and wherever he went, he would seek their votes in the language that those people understood. He was a Catholic, a great Catholic, but he was very jolly and humorous. Despite his illness, he would never live without cracking a joke or two. And he took his illness in great stride. He demonstrated great courage, courage in the face of adversity. And it reminds us, Mr. Speaker, of how transient life is. Perhaps, and given the nature of how this house is being ravaged, Mr. Speaker, other than the daily prayers that you give at the start of every session, maybe we should now have a national prayer day for Parliament only, because at this rate, we all need to worry. Mr. Speaker, it also reminds us, and we've had this discussion in this house, that the rate at which cancer is ravaging our people is such a high rate that it begs to question the traditional beliefs and statements we get from medical doctors as to the causes and instances. And perhaps it is time to really, really study why is cancer killing so many of us. In my constituency, and I'm sure it's true of throughout Kenya, of every 10 deaths that we experience, 3 to 4 are out of cancer, and that's a very high number. Sometimes it goes even to 5. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Member for Kieni.
Asanti Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii. Nitoe risala zangu za rabirabi kwa jamaa na marafiki ya rafiki yangu Mheshimiwa Waititu. Wingu la simanzi limetanda katika taifa letu, limetanda kule Juja, kwa sababu tumempoteza mbunge na pia rafiki wetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilijuana na Mheshimiwa Waititu mwaka wa 2013 wakati tulikuwa tunafanya kampeni. Na wakati tulijuana na yeye, ilikuwa ni urafiki wa mara ya kwanza, kwa sababu yeye ni mcheshi, mpenda watu, na vile wabunge wenzangu wamesema, jina Wakape linatokana na ile moyo wake wa kuwalipia watu. Hata wakati tulikuwa naye hapa bunge,
Mara mingi mkikunywa chai na yeye pale, hakuwa anapatia mtu nafasi ya kulipa. Yeye mwenyewe ndiye alikuwa analipa. Ya pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, kinyume na wabunge wengi hapa ambao hawaishi pahali ama sehemu za bunge ambazo wanawakilisha, Mheshimiwa Wakapee alikuwa anaishi Juja. Na kila wakati ukienda kule unamkuta yeye mwenyewe ndiye anajiendesha, anazunguka na anakaa na wananchi. Na hiyo ndio sababu labda walimpatia hata nafasi ya pili kuwahudumia kama mbunge wao. Ya mwisho, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nilikuwa mmoja wa wale ambao walienda kule nyumbani kwake wakati alikuwa anaugua. Na kila wakati tulipoenda kumtembelea, alikuwa anauliza ile bili yangu imefika wapi, hata kama wakati huo ugonjwa ulikuwa umemshika sana. Kwa hivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika na Mheshimiwa Adan Duale, na ni vizuri umesema kwamba bili hiyo utaichukulia. Kama kuna kitu kizuri tunaweza patia familia ya Mheshimiwa Wakapee mwenda zake, ni kuhakikisha kwamba hiyo bill tumeileta na tumeikamilisha. Ya mwisho, Mheshimiwa Spika, ugonjwa huu wa saratani ambao sasa umekita mizizi katika kila familia, manake najua hakuna familia moja hapa katika bunge hii ambayo wanaweza sema hawajaathiriwa na huu ugonjwa wa saratani. Na tumejua kwamba ugonjwa wa saratani ukiangaziwa mapema ni ugonjwa unaweza tibiwa. Kwa hivyo ni jukumu na challenge ambayo sasa tunailusha kwa county government wahakikishe kwamba wako na enough facilities ya kuangazia ugonjwa huu. Kwa hivyo kwa hayo mengi machache, nataka tena nitoe mkono wangu wa buriani kwa familia ya mwenda zake rafiki yangu Wakapee. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Member for Taita Taveta County.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa hii fursa, na kwa niaba yangu na watu wa Taita Taveta ambao nawakilisha hapa bungeni, ninataka kuleta rambirambi zangu kwa watu wote wa Juja na hata familia ya Mheshimiwa huyu Waititu almaarufu Wakapee, na ninataka kumwomboleza Mheshimiwa huyu kama kiongozi niliyemjua ambaye ni shujaa sana. Alikuwa mpole na alikuwa mpenda watu, alikuwa ni mtu wa watu. Kipindi kichache nilichojuana na yeye, nilimuona ni mtu ambaye alikuwa na roho ya upendo sana. Mheshimiwa huyu pia nilimfahamu akifanya uhamasisho kwa mambo haya ya saratani. Alituongelesha mara kwa mara tulipopata fursa ya kukaa na yeye, akitueleza umuhimu wa kuangalia miili zetu, wa kwenda kwa matibabu na kujichunguza miili zetu, kwa sababu alitupatia historia ya vile yeye mwenyewe alipata kujua kwamba anaugua ugonjwa huu wa saratani. Na kwa hivyo tunamwomboleza kama shujaa ambaye alipigana vita kabisa na huu ugonjwa wa saratani, na alikuwa na matumaini makubwa ya kwamba vita hivi atavishinda. Mheshimiwa huyu Wakapee pia alikuwa tunakutana na yeye kwa ibada zetu za misa za Wakatoliki wa hapa bungeni, na kama Wakatoliki kipindi hichi ni kipindi cha Kwaresma, ni kipindi cha kusali, ni kipindi cha kufunga, ni kipindi cha kutoa. Na kama Wakatoliki tutamuombea sana familia yake, Mungu aipatie faraja. Na nitasema tu ya kwamba raha ya milele umpe Bwana, na mwanga wa milele umwangazie ili apumzike kwa amani. Amina. Asante sana Speaker.
Finally, Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to join my colleagues in conveying my sincere condolences to the family and friends of Honorable Waititu. Honorable Speaker, I got to know this great man when we joined this parliament in 2013. And as my colleagues have said, Honorable Speaker, Wakapee was a very generous man. And any time you met him, you always feel like you have known him for many years. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, when he came back from India, He actually became an instant champion on matters cancer. And how it turned out that he has died just about 2 years after coming out from India. Mr. Speaker, for me, I can't understand. Because he lived a very positive life, and everybody thought that cancer can never kill this great man. But here we are mourning him after cancer had taken a toll on him. So, Honorable Speaker, I can only wish the family well and pray that the Almighty God comforts and strengthens the family during these difficult times. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Unfortunately, we just can't go beyond now. We'll end there. We'll have occasion to condole with the family as we move on. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021, in the afternoon session. Number 1, this is the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements on donor-funded projects for the year ended 30th of June 2020, and also the implementing agencies. And the first, number 1, is the Kenya Development Response to Displacement Impacts Project by the Executive Office of the President, Cabinet Affairs. Number 2, the Small-Scale Irrigation and Value Addition Project by the State Department for Crop Development and Agricultural Research. Number 3, the National Agricultural and Rural Inclusive Growth Project by the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives. Number 4, the Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Project by the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives. Number 5, the Kenya Marine Fisheries and Socio-Economic Development Project by the State Department of Fisheries, Aquaculture and the Blue Economy. Number 6, Capacity Development Project for Enhancement of Rice Production by the State Department for Crop Development and Agricultural Research. Number 7, Supporting Agricultural Input and Output Marketing Policy and Regulatory Reforms to Improve the Enabling Business Environment for Agriculture in Kenya project by the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives. Number 8, Enable Youth Kenya program by the State Department for Crop Development and Agricultural Research. Number 9, the Aquaculture Business Development Program by the State Department of Fisheries, Aquaculture and the Blue Economy. Number 10 is the Agricultural Sector Development Support Program 2 by the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives. Number 11, the Drought Resilience and Sustainable Livelihoods Program by the State Department for Crop Development and Agricultural Research. Number 12, the Kenya Cereal Enhancement Program, Climate Resilient Agricultural Livelihood Window by the State Department for Crop Development and Agricultural Research. Number 13, the Rice-Based Market-Oriented Agricultural Promotion Project by the State Department for Crop Development and Agricultural Research. Number 14, Strengthening Fertilizer Quality and Regulatory Standards in Kenya project by the State Department for Crop Development and Agricultural Research. Number 15, Regional Pastoral Livelihoods Resilience Project, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives. Number 16, Instrument for Devolution Advice and Support Project by the State Department for Devolution. Number 17, the Kenya Symbiosity Program Grant by the Council of Governors. Number 18, Coordination of Population Policy Implementation Project by the National Council for Population and Development. Number 19, the Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project by the State Department for Youth. Number 20, the Kenya Primary Education Development Project by the Ministry of Education, State Department for Early Learning and Basic Education. Number 21, Secondary Education Quality Improvement Project by the Ministry of Education, State Department for Early Learning and Basic Education. Number 22, the East Africa Skills for Transformation and Regional Integration Project by the Ministry of Education, State Department for Vocational and Technical Training. Number 23, establishment of Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology project, the Ministry of Education, State Department for University Education. Number 24, the Eastern and Southern Africa Higher Education, the Eastern and Southern Africa Higher Education Centers of Excellence, that is ACE2 project by the State Department for University Education. Number 25, the GOK UNICEF Education for Young People program by the Ministry of Education, State Department for Early Learning and Basic Education. Number 26, support to enhancement of quality and relevance in higher education, science and technology project by the State Department for University Education. Number 27, the Kenya-Italy Debt for Development Program, Ministry of Education, State Department for Vocational and Technical Training. Number 28, support to technical vocational education and training for relevant skills development project, phase 2, by the State Department for Vocational and Technical Training. Number 29, secondary education quality improvement project of the Teacher Service Commission. And lastly, number 30, the Upper Tana Catchment Water Resources Management Project by the Ministry of Water, Sanitation, and Irrigation Project. These are all reports of the Auditor General on donor-funded projects for the year 30th of June, and of course, the agencies implementing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. I think Honorable Wandai, you can tell that there's already too much. Today's 30. And last week, I think there were more than 70 which were tabled. So I think you have more than you need to do. And next, the chairperson, Select Committee on National Government Constituency Development Fund, Honorable Munyinyi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Tuesday, February 23, 2021, afternoon sitting. Report of the Select Committee on the National Government Constituency Development Fund on inspections of National Government Constituency Development Fund projects in 16 selected constituencies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe that matter which I can hear members raising, the Honorable Munyenyi, you are in a position because I'm in possession of information. I am aware that he has information which is not very bad news. Honorable Munyenyi.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend with the leader of majority and colleagues, chairpersons, we had a session with the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury and his PS, and we put up a case for CDF. And he has assured us that money is going to be disbursed, but I'll be doing a comprehensive report for members. I'll be doing a report to give details as soon as, in the course of the week, Mr. Speaker, or next week. But it's promised, before even we move into supplementaries and budget, we would have finished all the CDF funds. Thank you, Chair.
Very well, very well. I think just check because he has forwarded certain information. Perhaps you just need to check further. Next order.
Order number 6. Notices of motion.
The Chairman, Department of Select Committee on Implementation, Honorable Lekenta.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Implementation on the implementation status of the report of the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a petition regarding deplorable working conditions of workers at the Kuala International Sugar Company Limited, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, November 26, 2020. Honorable Speaker, I also beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Implementation on its consideration of the public petition to reconsider the resolution of the House on the report on the crisis facing the sugar industry in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, August 5th, 2020. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honourable members, first question is by the member for Imenti, Central Imenti, the Honourable Moses Ngushine Kirima, who has requested that this question be deferred. His request has been acceded to, so that question is deferred. The next one is by the Honourable Gideon Ochanda, member for Bondo constituency, who similarly has requested for deferment. Request has been acceded to. So we move to the third question. Member for Kibwezi East, the Honourable Jessica Mbalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Mbalo, today you are sitting in an unusual corner. I was looking for you on this side.
Thank you, Speaker. I sat here to mourn my very good friend, Honorable Waititu. So on behalf of myself, the people of Kibwezi East, I join you and the other members to mourn my very good friend, the Honorable Waititu. May the Lord give strength to Susan and my friend, the son, who we used to call him the briefcase. Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to give my question on the floor of the House, question number 041 of 2021. And the question goes to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. 1, what is the status of investigations into the killing of Mr. Augustus Mutuku Mwadhi of ID number 25190696, who was attacked in Mulolongo town, Machakos County, on the 2nd February 2021, and later succumbed to injuries while receiving treatment at the Shalom Hospital at the River on the 4th February 2021. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain whether any of the government's investigating agencies have managed to uncover the motive for the murder and whether any suspects have been arrested? Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Question to be replied to before the Committee on Administration and National Security. Next question by the member for Gilgil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 46 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the Kenya Railways Corporation has recently demolished commercial and residential buildings in Gilgil constituency? Number 2, why were the demolitions effected, yet the lessors were paying the lease fees and the corresponding levies and rates to the relevant government bodies? Number 3, could the ministry consider compensating the affected landlords who have valid leases for loss of investments and properties and cause the corporation and other government bodies to refund the fees collected on the properties for the interrupted period? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question to be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question by the member for Manyata, Honorable John Mushiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question 048-2021 goes to the Cabinet Secretary Defense. One, could the Cabinet Secretary state how many persons were recruited into the Kenya Defense Forces in Embu West and Embu North sub-counties, and specifically Manyata constituency during the February 2021 recruitment exercise? Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Two, why were the youth from Gedawu and Embu North Sub-County were discriminated by the Kenya Defense Forces during the recruitment exercise? And finally, could the ministry provide a list of all designated recruitment centers in Embu County and the list of youth recruited from each of the centers during the recent exercise? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be responded to before the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations. Next question by the member for Laikipia East, Honorable Mohamed Dedi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask a question number 049 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. And number one is, what is the status of the construction of Akorino Umande, Mailisita Umande, Ngenia and Mwireri, Mailisita, Sweetwater, Solpajeta, Marura Bridge, Merera, Matanya, Ngorotheru, and Junction A2, Kwahuku, Gakawa Dispensary, Ulima Kenya Secondary School roads under the Roads 10,000 program in Laikipia East constituency? Number two, are there plans by the ministry to ensure upgrading of the said roads to bitumen standards commences soonest? Thank you.
Question to be replied to before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question by the member for Kajiado Central, Honorable Memusi Kanchori.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question number 59 of 2021. The question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Wildlife and Tourism. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on the elephant population in Kajiado Central constituency, in particular the number of elephants roaming in private land? What measures is the government putting in place to assure the residents of Kajiado Central of their safety, considering that children are unable to go to schools and residents are unable to tend their land because of the elephant menace? Finally, Mr. Speaker, what measures is the ministry putting in place to ensure that elephants in private lands are relocated to game parks and reserves? Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and allow me, Honorable Speaker, to also say pole to the family of the late Honorable Waititu. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question to be replied before the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Next question by the member for Sigowet Soin, the Honorable Kipsengeret Koros, who has requested for deferment. Request has been acceded to, so the question is not to be asked. Last question by the member for Banisa, Honorable Kulo Maalim. Member for Banisa. Member for Banisa. That is a constituency in Mandera County. I know, honorable members, many of you may not know where some of these constituencies are unless you hear. You may think that it is in neighboring Ethiopia. It's in Mandera County. Honorable Mohammed Kulu Mahalim. Well, member has not requested anything, so it's assumed that he didn't want the question to be asked, so it is dropped. Next segment is a segment on statements. It says request by the member for Garissa Township.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44, subsection 2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education, and research regarding provisions of school desk to various learning institutions in the country under the Economic Stimulus Program. Honorable Speaker, in the recent past, the government allocated 1.9 billion for the purchase of about 625,000 locally assembled desks to both public primary and secondary schools. The allocations were under the 53.7 billion 8-point economic stimulus package unveiled by His Excellency the President in May 2020 to alleviate the effects of the corona pandemic on the economy and support local artisans who constitute the largest part of the jobless graduates in our country. Honorable Speaker, in as far as I appreciate the efforts by the government to support learning and school infrastructure in the country, it is our responsibility as legislatures to ensure that these allocations are used prudently. It's against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research on the following. 1, could the chairperson provide a list of all learning institutions that benefited from the program and the number of desks allocated to each constituency? So I want the numbers per constituency. 2, could the chairperson provide also a list of all artisans who delivered the 625,000 desks to various learning institutions in the country and their payment details? And lastly, could the chairperson explain and cite whether the 1.9 billion was factored in either in the budgetary allocations of 2019-2020 or the supplementary estimates that the House has approved? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chair, Education Committee, Honorable Mutua Florence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've had the question from Honorable Duale. We have made it very clear to the CS that we need a breakdown of where the infrastructure money went and the desks that were bought, and so far the schools that have been put up with the money that was allocated to the infrastructure. Because this question has been asked severally, Mr. Speaker, but now we need a breakdown. We had just a meeting with them when we were looking at the budget, and we have made it very clear that we need a breakdown of all the schools that were reached and what has been done with that money. So we will get the answer in the next 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable, so after how long? Sorry.
2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, because of the process of the budget.
2 weeks, Honorable Duale. Very well, Honorable Florence Mutua. Any other statements? Honorable Koinange.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to inform the House through you that as you directed, Honorable Speaker, I was to meet Honorable Kamket and the members of Parliament from the area of Tiati and the surrounding, and I've spoken to the CS, and he has agreed once he comes back from outside the country next week, you give us a date, and then I can let you, Honorable Speaker, when we can meet. And we have agreed we'll meet the members of Parliament, including the senators from the same area and the governors from the same area, so we can get a lasting solution from that area. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kamket.
Honorable Speaker, I actually spoke to Honorable Koinange earlier, and I will go by what he says. as long as he keeps his word. But I'll go by what you say. Thank you.
Next order. Next order.
Order number 8, the referendum number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2020, second reading.
I think quite a number of you, when the House rose, the Honorable Sosion was on his feet. He has a balance of 6 minutes. The Honorable Sosion is. Do I hear the agitation in the House as being that we call the mover to reply? Very well, honourable members, let me test whether that is the real desire. I put the question, which is that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover, Honourable Tiende Molo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, let me thank the members who spoke to this bill. All the members who spoke in support of the bill with various suggestions in terms of amendments and all. Mr. Speaker, overall, there were 3 types of responses. First, there are those members who made observations which are already actually covered in the intended amendments that the committee had identified. The second category were members who made observations which are worth considering, and the committee will do that. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, are those members who spoke to certain aspects which only require explanation. But overall, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the members and also the leadership of CIOC. It is important to note that in terms of the report of the JLAC committee, it was unanimously adopted. And the report of the 2 joint committees was also unanimously adopted by the membership of that harmonization committee. Mr. Speaker, the first aspect that would perhaps just lie, and a member, I think it was the leader of majority, did raise it, is what's in clause 5.8. And that clause is actually quite simple. It contemplates, in the first place, under A, a situation where you are having a referendum which does not require, an amendment which does not require referendum, which then fails or succeeds in Parliament. But the second bit is where it requires a referendum, such as what we are facing. Mr. Speaker, you will take notice that today is what we have called the Super Tuesday. And it is a day that is significant because a very significant number of county assemblies, actually 30, have already endorsed the draft BBI bill, and I believe the next scene of action will be this House and the Senate. Mr. Speaker, some members did speak to the question of the Supreme Court, that why are we not going to the Supreme Court on such a fundamental issue of a referendum? Mr. Speaker, the issue is simple. The jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is captured by Article 163(4). To the extent that the jurisdiction is covered, you cannot grant a new jurisdiction to the Supreme Court unless you amend the Constitution. The election petitions are able to go there directly because that's what the Constitution says. So if we are so desirous, then that is something to consider in terms of amending the Constitution itself. We cannot bring it by way of the referendum bill. But in any case, as we do that, we must be alive to the fact that as contemplated right now, the process of challenge would take up to 72 days from the High Court to the Court of Appeal. That is 2.5 months. Do we want to prolong that period of holding the will of the people in abeyance? And that is something that the committee did consider. Mr. Speaker, there's a fundamental issue in terms of the multiple questions. Mr. Speaker, this bears explanation. The first two things to note, Mr. Speaker. First of all, while a reading of Article 257(1) and 2 might suggest that you can actually proceed in referendum by way of a general suggestion or a formulated draft bill, 257(3) is very clear, and it reduces it that if it's a popular initiative in the form of a general suggestion, then the promoters of that bill shall formulate it into a draft bill, shall. So ultimately, under 257, the only thing you can bring is a bill. There is no question of general ideas. And we must disabuse the supposition, therefore, that you can bring general suggestions, multiple suggestions. The law, the Constitution requires the promoters to reduce it into a bill, whatever it's there. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, you will see that in the JLAC committee, paragraphs 35 to 38, that is on page 30, and also in the joint committee of JLAC and CIOC, page 9, we were unanimous that you can only bring a draft bill. Whatever issues there are, you reduce them into a bill. It is important, another issue that is important, can we do a general referendum? These are issues that will be coming at the committee stage. Mr. Speaker, as a committee, we came to the conclusion that the only referendum expressly contemplated by the Constitution is under Article 255 to 257. There is no other provision of the Constitution that appears to contemplate any other referendum. And so the question that will be asked then is, can you then bring general issues? Now, you then come to Article 1, and Article 1 contemplates that the people can exercise their sovereignty either directly or through their elected representatives. What, therefore, some people have suggested is that if you have such issues, then bring it to the elected representatives of the people. But others have suggested, and that's not really for this debate now, that nothing stops you from doing it. But as we contemplate it, we must know that this can also be abused. As much as you could want to have a very positive referendum, what if you have a mischievous president who then asks the question in a referendum that they want to be president for life without amending the Constitution? Or you have a local referendum that some people are talking about of a county that then poses the question that they want to secede. So as we contemplate that possibility, we must be alive to the dangers of opening that door. Mr. Speaker, on the question of verification, many members spoke to this, and indeed the question of verification is a very difficult question. It should be noted, Mr. Speaker, that all the members who spoke to this raised the question but did not give an answer. It is precisely because of the difficulty. The difficulty, and right now, what we contemplated was that the Commission will verify that the support is at least of 1 million registered voters. And the mitigation, Mr. Speaker, is that then the Commission will publicize that full list. And as they are publicizing it, we have given the option of readdressing this question by way of regulations. And we must remember, Mr. Speaker, that those regulations must come to this House before they are adopted. Mr. Speaker, lastly, is on the question of giving the county 90 days. And some members did say that that is too long. It may very well be that it's too long. But, Mr. Speaker, that's what the Constitution says. So we do not have an option in terms of making that adjustment right now. The only adjustment we can and we have is restricting the time that Parliament then has. And we have suggested that Parliament will only have a maximum of 30 days. Mr. Speaker, with that, I beg to reply. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, indeed, I agree with the Honorable Otilia Molo. Sometimes members have contributed without giving solutions to some of the problems that they have identified. But I still think that we also, as a country, need to to say or make up our mind as to when you have the provisions of Article 27 and then not more than 2/3 of either gender, other than amending the Constitution, which, as you know, the Honorable Duale has attempted so many times without success. What is the other option available? But everybody who is making noise out there, dissolve Parliament, do this, nobody has ever come up with any other solution. But I have had some tired thinking somewhere that you can declare some constituencies to be male and others to be female. Obviously, that's very tired thinking. It's one of those intricate solutions, but I think perhaps the bill will address that. So, honourable members, having confirmed that the House quorates, I put the question, which is that the referendum number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2020, be now read a second time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. But obviously, honourable members, I may just wish to draw the attention of the House to the fact, because I know I was listening to the debate, and there has been further complaints about why we as House Business decided that the bill sponsored by the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee be the one to anchor this process without excluding the other. But also, I think members should also closely look at Section 4 of the 6th schedule to the Constitution, which establishes the Parliamentary Committee on Implementation of the Constitution. Very soon, I think that committee may become moribund because one of the main bodies which they were supposed to be oversighting ceased to exist during the life of the last Parliament. That is the body created in Section 5, that is the CIC. That was not the body which was supposed to be oversighting largely. But today they have some other peripheral work that they are supposed to be doing. Next order.
A bill for an act of Parliament to provide for the conduct of referendum and for connected purposes. Order number 9, the status of implementation of the resolution of the House regarding conditional approval of a nominee for appointment as ambassador.
Yeah. Honorable Kimunya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you may recall that last Thursday, the Honorable member for Mosop, the Honorable Vincent Tuwei, rose on a point of order and requested for a statement on the subject matter of the motion in order number 9, that, among other things, was almost in exact terms as the request that was made by the Honorable Dr. Pukose, which triggered the production of the report that is scheduled for debate under this order. And particularly, the issue was on what is the status of the appointment, whether an appointment has been made, and also what is the status of the dual citizenship, whether the subject person has renounced her citizenship. I did undertake to produce. The statement was directed at the leader majority, and I did at that point undertake to bring a statement within 3 weeks. And I've actually initiated the process. I've had consultations within government. I've written the necessary letters to both the Honorable Attorney General and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I'm expecting a response. Now, one of the things, as I was looking through that, I also took time to read this report. And one of the things I found out was that even at the point of production of this report, it was not definite as to whether an appointment had been made, a point that is very captured by the committee at paragraph 27.3. Hence, rendering even the report itself premature, because it may not answer even what Honorable Pukose wanted to know, whether an appointment has been made. And accordingly, Mr. Speaker, because now two members have asked the same, I would wish to request the House to bear with me for the next 3 weeks as I bring a comprehensive statement on the latest status on two of those issues. What is the current status of the appointment? Has it been completed with an appointment letter, which was also the matter that was raised in court? And two, whether the appointed person has taken action in accordance with the conditions set by the House. And because until that is done conclusively, it will be premature to discuss without knowing the latest fact. So I would therefore wish to request the Honorable Speaker, with the indulgence and the indulgence of the House, that we defer and withdraw the report from discussion today, withdraw this discussion until I've had the opportunity to respond to the House, to bring the latest facts, and at that point, the Committee on Implementation may well consider taking into account the latest information and update the report so that the House will be properly guided, rather than debating something that is still not conclusive. So, and that specifically is mainly in terms of what is the nature, has an appointment taken place, and two, what is the status of the citizenship of the appointed officer. Once we have that, then the committee will be able to reflect that alongside the recommendation of the House and guide the House based on the facts. Without that, we would actually be working on presumptions and without the benefit of the information. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to request that for the convenience of the discussion of the House, we actually withdraw this motion until such time as I will have provided concrete information on the status.
Yeah, I think there was a request by the Honorable Tuwei and the Honorable Pukose, yes, about the status, what the Leader of Majority has just said. But I don't know the position with regard to Honorable Olekenta, the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've had the Leader of Majority, and I'd like to bring to the notice of the House that this matter has been pending for the last 2 years. In fact, it comes for discussion or for debate, but for some reason or another, it is always taken out of the order paper. However, I'd like Parliament and the Kenyan people to know that there was a decision of this House, and I'll not go into the merits of the case, and this House will not act in vain. And I believe the report was conclusive, the matter went to court, and actually Parliament won the case. And I'd like to take this opportunity to actually appreciate the work of the Legal Committee of Parliament. However, this is becoming actually the sword of Damocles hanging over our heads, hanging over this Parliament. It is something that needs to be concluded. And in fact, I'd like maybe to point out what the law says, and that is as far as Section 3 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approvals Act. And it states, an appointment under the Constitution or any other law for which the approval of Parliament is required shall not be made unless the appointment is approved or deemed to have been approved by Parliament in accordance with this Act. What I'm simply saying is that members have raised this issue. There is a fear that somebody has actually been appointed when Parliament has not approved that appointment. And maybe I'll just advise the Leader of Majority to follow up, because if that has happened, that is the most serious breach that has ever happened. And that is something that's going to bring conflict between the executive and this Parliament. And such an appointment, by the way, it's not an appointment at all. is fraudulent. And any presentation of credentials is fraudulent, amounts to fraudulent presentation. It's meaningless. So in fact, we are intending also as a committee to actually invite the concerned minister to come and explain to us whether this happened and how it happened. And then from there, we will know what to do, because I think this parliament should actually ensure that other arms of government do not really intrude into what is ours by law and by constitution. So, Honorable Speaker, I will indulge the leader of majority, but I will also urge this parliament that the constitution mandates us to ensure whoever is appointed is actually the person that the people of Kenya, through us, have actually approved the appointment of. So thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Pukose. Well, Honorable Pukose and Honorable Tuwei.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've heard the majority leader raising the issue about taking about 3 weeks to be able to get whether Mwende Mwinsi was given an appointment letter and whether she has even renounced her dual citizenship, because the Constitution is very clear. Honorable Speaker, to me, I think 3 weeks will be too much of a time. I have an issue with the time, because this is something that has been coming on and off. And I think my request to you, Honorable Speaker, and to the majority leader is that we step it down, but reduce the time period to 2 weeks, because to get an information from the relevant offices around, it should be able to take the majority leader at least even a week. And therefore, the next week is when the House Business Committee should be able to schedule this debate so that we can be able to finish this. Because, Honorable Speaker, as much as we don't want to refer to things that we've seen outside there, but apparently we are in receipt of information that she's taken up the appointment in Seoul, South Korea. And that will be an abuse to this House, because this House does not do anything in vain. Once the law is very clear, we would want, and would even demand that if she's been appointed, the Cabinet Secretary should actually be censured by this House, and action be taken against the Cabinet Secretary for having disobeyed the law. And that would be an abuse of the law and an abuse also of her office. And I think we would be taking action against the Cabinet Secretary should that have happened. Thank you. As much as you want not to anticipate, but that is a fact. Because what I'm saying is that should the Cabinet Secretary have done an appointment without the approval of this House, then she's in breach of the law and action should be taken against the Cabinet Secretary. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Tuwei.
Bwana Spika, asante sana kwa fursa hii ambayo umetupa kwa jambo hili ambalo ni ya kustua, ni ya kushangaza sana kwamba kiongozi wa walio wengi kwamba wiki mbili anahitaji kupata jibu ambalo ni rahisi. Bwana Spika, leo tumekuwa katika kongamano ama katika ile mswada ya kuangalia mambo ya pesa katika wizara hiyo ya masuala ya nje na ndani ya nchi hii ambayo inahusika na wizara husika, na tulipata kujua kwamba swala hili limejadiliwa na wiki mbili ni mbali sana. Kama ingewezekana tupate kwa wiki moja, kwa sababu ni hatia kwa nchi na vile vile kibalozi ulimwenguni. Balozi haende kwa nchi nyingine apokelewe bila nyaraka ambazo hazijaidhinishwa rasmi na bunge, na hili ni jambo ambalo litatupa sura mbaya kama nchi iwapo mabalozi watakuwa wanachaguliwa kwa njia ambayo haifai. Ni ombi langu kwamba jambo hili liwekwe muda mfupi ili tuache mambo haya yaishe kwa wakati huu.
Well, you know, there's somebody who raised this issue, the Honorable Tiende Amolo, before I come to you. You're the one who raised this issue last week. Yes, him and Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the circumstances, in the totality of circumstances, I think it would be fair to give the Leader of Majority some time so that when he brings a report, it's a comprehensive report. But I also agree that it should be done as soon as possible, as you may guide. Thank you.
Honorable Duale.
Mr. Speaker, as I agree with the Leader of Majority's position, this matter has been here for some time. And Mr. Speaker, why we are very much concerned, in my opinion and in the opinion of the House, this might be the highest definition of impunity that a nominee for a state officer as sensitive as that of an ambassador can be approved on a condition that for you to get a job, you must renounce your citizenship. And Mr. Speaker, the question that begs all of us as we give the Leader of Majority time is that was the House right to grant a condition to her appointment? And the decision of the House with respect to the report of the Defense and Foreign Relations when this matter came for first included a condition that if she is to be approved, she needs to revoke her US citizenship. Now, what are we dealing with this afternoon? And I think the Leader of Majority should take less time, because where I agree with him that we need to go by his route is that we cannot discuss this report. Maybe Mwende Mwikali, is it I think Mwende Mwikali, Mwende Maluki, maybe.
You're giving her too many other names.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of Majority.
The name here is Mwende Mwinzi.
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, there is a middle name. Yeah, Mwende Maluki. I don't want to go to the third one, but the last time I said it in a different way, so there is a possibility, Mr. Speaker, and we need to be very fair, and the House must not act in vain. Maybe Mwende has complied with the recommendation of the Defense and Foreign Relations, and maybe she has forfeited her citizenship. So in that circumstance, then this report ought not to be discussed by the House. And we go by the report of the Defense and Foreign Relations that approved her on condition. So I think the only information we need from the Leader of Majority, and Mr. Speaker, I said it last week, even today, if the Minister for Foreign Affairs was before the committee, Mr. Speaker, you can order from where you sit that in another 7 days, the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee can summon, or the Leader of Majority can give the House the only information missing. Has she renounced? If she has renounced, then the Honorable Kenta's report is null and void. The House will not discuss it. What we go back to is the previous report that the House has adopted. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the argument of the Leader of Majority, the information, the link he's looking for is important, and I think we need to agree with him, and agree with the Chair, and agree with Honorable Tienda and all the other members, Honorable Pukose, that we step it down, but looking at the calendar of the House. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter, so he can bring us next week, and if we feel then this report should continue, then the House will be given the liberty to discuss it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I agree, but the time of 3 weeks, this is a matter of has that person renounced? So I think, Mr. Speaker, unless the Leader of Majority, wants to, but I think that's a small matter. Even tomorrow, because unless maybe he wants this matter of the budget. Mr. Speaker, I have been a Leader of Majority, so I know how sometimes to circumvent issues. So unless maybe he wants, when the budget is concluded, of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and of course that will be only one station, the estimates have not been brought. I think I agree with him. So what we are going to deal with is a policy statement. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the leader can be very fair to the House and ask maybe half the 3 weeks for us to give her that information.
But I think maybe we have chosen not to remember what the leader majority said, that he has already written to the relevant offices, the Attorney General. So if he has written, he says the evidence of that writing is there. No, there is nothing to debate. Sorry, honour members. I can see many of you trying to raise your fingers. Don't point at me with a finger. You know, I remember there was some religion called, is it the one finger was up, and some news anchor got into some trouble using. So, no, there was some religion, I think it was called one finger. There was a lady who was a news anchor who got into trouble. No. A cult, yes. So, honour members, I think it's fair. The leader majority has already explained that he has written to both the ministry and to the Attorney General. And I think maybe those of you who might wish to understand this is renunciation is a legal process. It requires certain documents being deposited in certain other offices, not necessarily reposed in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I think to the extent that he says he has written to those two offices he has mentioned, I think, and he is showing you the letter, he's holding it there. I think this issue was raised on Thursday. I don't want us to go into the substance of this discussion, save the procedural issues. Because I know many of you, and the only problem is that many of you have even been to address the media there saying this or the other, so I will not give you, don't even bother. I will not give you a chance to say anything now because you want to go into the report. I don't want anybody to go to the report. Those of you who read both the report of the Defense and Foreign Relations and have had the occasion to read this report by the Committee on Implementation, I've also seen the judgment of the High Court, which was also really similar to the report by the Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations. And if you recall, prior to this matter, there had been another matter that arose out of nominations in Taita Taveta County, senatorial elections in 2013, which went up to the Court of Appeal. And remember, even at that time, the decision of the court was that yes, somebody may be nominated, may even go ahead and be elected, but may not be sworn in. So, I mean, it is good to appreciate those steps. So somebody may be nominated, even go ahead and be elected, but to take up the job that you've been elected to as a member of parliament, either in this house or in the other house, you would have, if you hold a dual citizenship, you would have to renounce one. It is at that point, and I think these are the issues that we need to walk through to find out whether this has happened. And if you remember, that judgment talked about, yes, you can even go ahead up to even be appointed. Appointed in the sense of being named. But you may not take up the job if you haven't renounced. And I think that is what we want to hear from Leader Majority. The statement by the Honorable, requested by the Honorable Tuwei, was I think to that extent Honorable Tuwei and Honorable Pokose. Those are the issues that you want to know. So I don't know, the state request was made last week. So the 3 weeks must have started running, isn't it? They started running. So today is not 3 weeks. So the period is reduced starting from that Thursday, because Thursday is when you are accepted to be given the report in 3 weeks. So there's no need of us changing today because it was there, but or sooner. Yeah, it doesn't have to be. It's not a 100 meters dash, so it can be sooner than even that Thursday. For those reasons, I would therefore accede to the request to start down this business appearing as order number 9. Proceed to the next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, members. We now get to the Committee of the Whole House. We have 3 bills. And we shall be starting with the Refugee Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019. It's a fairly lengthy bill, but I think we'll make progress. We should be able to move fairly fast, with a balance between giving members to speak to the clauses, but also making sure that we don't linger so much on particular clauses, so that then we make progress on the time we have on this bill. Honorable members, we are starting with clause 3, but Honorable Mary Odhiambo, I'm sure, is walking in, and she should be here in half a minute. Honorable Mary, we deferred for you.
Clause 3.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 3 be part of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that clause 3 be amended as per the order paper. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I have to check my computer to give you the reasons.
Yes, get to your computer. I don't know why I feel that you check the computer in a fairly faster manner.
I'll check it first, Mr. Speaker. I'm just opening.
Yes, Honorable Duarte, what is...
Speaker, Honorable Millie Odhiambo knows it, the amendment was coming. I mean, we need to move. Yeah. So you
Mr. Speaker, I'm already there.
If she's not ready, we can, you can drop it and we move to the next amendment.
Honorable Millie's idea known to be very robust, so we can always give you a minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's true what you've said. Chairman, sorry, not Speaker. Chairman, Honorable Dwale knows I'm very robust normally. I was invited by Honorable Kaluma from the committee because we are trying to harmonize. We have managed to do some and not to do others, and I want to encourage the committee because I know some of them are usually not here when we are in the committee of the whole House. And when a member brings amendments, it's not an attack on the bill. It's to strengthen the bill. Even I have brought many bills that people have brought amendments with my support because I know they are strengthening the bill. So I just want to encourage them not to feel that when I'm bringing amendments, I am attacking the bill. I'm a Kenyan first and foremost. And unlike my sister Mwende Minsi that we are attacking in this house, I do not have dual citizenship even though I'm married in Zimbabwe. So my allegiance is only to the country of Kenya.
Very well. Now
and even though we are dealing with the refugee matters, I'm also not a refugee, but I have the interest of the country first. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I move that clause 3 be amended as per the order paper, and the reason really is for diction and terminology, because the terminology that is used there is not very legal, it's archaic.
Say aye. Aye. With as many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have another amendment still under clause 3 by the Honorable Chairperson, paragraph C specifically. Yes, Honorable Peter Karuma.
As Chair, we are moving that clause 3 of the bill be amended in subclause 1 by deleting the word any immediately after the words public order in, appearing in paragraph C and substituting therefore the word either. Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair, we are moving this amendment to provide for the definition to reflect and remain consistent with the OAU Convention. So we are picking the matters defined in OAU Convention and replicating it here.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 3, paragraph C, be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson. I put the question that clause 3, paragraph C, be amended as proposed by Honorable Chairperson. With as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. With as many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 3, as amended, be part of the bill. With as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. With as many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 4 be amended as be part of the bill. We have an amendment by the Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, we are moving that clause 4 of the bill be amended in subclause 1 by deleting the words as defined in the International Crimes Act, appearing immediately after the words against humanity, and substituting, therefore, the words referred to in any international instrument to which Kenya is a party in paragraph A. And in Roman 2 by inserting the following new paragraph immediately after paragraph C, that is CA, is determined to be a threat to national security. B, by inserting the words has sought asylum in another country, or before the words has been granted in paragraph B. Honorable.
What is out of order, Honorable?
Chair, I thought what in clause 4, the committee is amending subclause 1 by deleting paragraph D. Okay? And subclause 1, paragraph D, talks about has sought asylum in another country. But when I read what my good friend and the vice chair of the committee, it looks like it's a different matter. So that is what we are dealing with. But it was subclause, that clause 4 of the bill be amended in subclause 1 by deleting paragraph D. I think that was what I am following. But I'm hearing something else.
Honorable Karuma, you specifically, and you can take a second stab on that, you are basically doing an amendment on subclause 1 and subclause 2. If you could be clear, the specifics of the amendment. There's a deletion and substitution of words there. So I know there are many amendments on Honorable Karuma, so we could give you a few seconds to reorganize your thoughts.
Honorable Chair, in 4A1, we are proposing to delete the words as defined in the International Crimes Act, appearing after the words against humanity, and substituting, therefore, the words referred to in any international instrument to which Kenya is a party. Chair, what we are seeking to achieve is to avoid restricting this matter only to International Crimes Act, but to all human rights treaties and conventions to which Kenya is a party under our constitution. That is what we seek to achieve. So we are expanding the scope, actually. And in Roman 2, by inserting the following new paragraph immediately after paragraph C, is determined to be a threat to national security. Again, we are restricting circumstances under which this may be denied only if it is established it is national security. National security. Not as vague as it is now. And by deleting paragraph D, and what we are seeking to do, Honorable Chair, is to provide that an asylum seeker or a refugee may be excluded from being considered for refugee status if one is determined to be a threat to national security, and provides that seeking asylum in another country is not a ground for exclusion for refugee status, but rather a disqualification for being a refugee in that country.
You can still proceed to subclause 2.
In subclause 2, Honorable Chair, we are seeking to amend by inserting the words has sought asylum in another country, or before the words has been granted. So that if you have sought asylum elsewhere, what we are avoiding, Chair, is you are being considered a refugee or an asylum seeker in one country when your asylum seeking application is also pending in another country.
Okay, very well, honorable members. What is out of order, Honorable Miri? You have the mic.
Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just need, for purposes of clarity, whether, and I actually do notice that even the clause that we passed, the clause 3 that I spoke to, we passed by accident a different thing, but I don't mind because I was what I wanted passed. But I just like to be honest, Chair, so that I don't look like I was being mischievous. I'm just noticing now. But on the same vein, I would like to be clear because I've also moved an amendment in 4.1 subclause 1. D?
Yeah.
And I just want to be clear whether it's the same one Honorable Kaluma is moving.
Yes, Honorable.
By seeking a deletion or by what? Because if he's seeking a deletion and it passes, then I don't need to move mine.
Yes, I'll pronounce on yours. I am waiting for the House to make a decision on Honorable Karuma.
I just needed clarity on whether that's what he's doing.
Yes, indeed, they are related.
Thank you.
So your fate is related to
Okay.
so can we, let's make progress on this, Honorable.
Needed to give Honorable Millie and the House.
No, Honorable Karuma, we must be orderly because you have moved. I need to propose the question first so that then, yes.
I really want Honorable Kaluma to put his acts in order properly. So what he says, like now he's talking of subclause 2, but I can see what he's amending is subclause 2B. So he must come out very clearly and say it's subclause 2B, not the whole of subclause 2.
Yes.
So that we follow. And I really want him to pick his papers properly so that he tells us first which clause the committee is amending, and then he gives the justification. So that we move slowly.
Okay, very well. That's a fair. I think Honorable Karuma, you did actually move subclause 2, but Honorable Duare is asking, just pronounce yourself specifically. It is clause 2B for record, so that then we make progress.
Honorable Chair, I thank Honorable Duale. It is on clause 42B.
Very well.
And what we are seeking to achieve, Chair, is that we don't want to make the fact of seeking asylum in another country a ground for exclusion.
Yes.
Very well. Honorable members, why don't you allow majority for me to propose the question and then open it up? I'll give you a chance. Yes, honorable members, I will propose a question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Honorable Majority Leader, you want to say something?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I think I just wanted to, I'm looking in tandem the amendment by the Honorable Midi Odhiambo and the Honorable Chair, and I think both are in agreement on 1D, the deletion.
Yes.
And so if we did 1, then we go to 2, we will avoid the confusion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well. You want to comment? Let's. I propose we have like no, they already moved. Maybe that will guide us in the next subsequent ones. But Honorable Majority Leader, then we'll have can have at least 2. Then we make progress.
Chair, you say former Majority Leader.
Former Majority Leader, indeed.
For the answer. Chair, Emeritus, thank you. Yeah. Chair, I think I totally agree with the committee and support Honorable Kaluma and the committee that there are times when an asylum seeker is in a very disparate situation. So he tries many countries. So whichever come first, that country then he can go there or he can choose. So I really like the way the committee has expanded that situation. A person who has sought many asylum from many countries then should not be punished. I support.
Very well. Honorable Marwa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise to support and thank the committee for purposes of clarification on the issues of disqualification as opposed to exclusion. However, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at subclause 4A, where the words defined as International Crime Act appearing immediately after the words against humanity and substituting therefore with the words referred to in any international instrument to which Kenya is a party. For purpose of clarity, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Kenya can be, we know the executive can go and sign any international treaty, but unless it's ratified by the parliament, it's ratified by parliament, it's when it can be part and parcel of our laws. So now, looking at the issue of party, because we've seen after the executive has maybe committed the country, it takes so long for purposes of ratification by this parliament. So, however, I had wished that there was this clarity, and I had wanted the Honorable Kaluma to clarify, does it mean when you talk of a party, it means has been ratified by the parliament? I thank you.
I think, Honorable Moro, that is the obvious consequence, because if it is not ratified by law, actually by the Constitution, it doesn't take effect. Honorable Makari, then we make progress.
I also have amendment. Give me a
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think you picked the words from my mouth in terms of what Wamara was saying, that these international instruments only become effective once Parliament ratifies. But I also want to support this this amendment, Honorable Chair, because as we said, to me, I think it's good that we are seeking asylum in different countries as a disqualification other than a condition for not applying. So I support.
Honorable, I'll give last to Honorable Miri, especially because she also had an amendment, and the fate of that amendment depends on the decision of the House.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I support the committee amendment because it actually, in effect, does what I've suggested, and in fact makes it better by also adding international instruments in the earlier part, because when you say International Crimes Act, it only limits you to one international treaty. But when you leave other instruments, then it actually covers any other treaty that relates to refugees, either directly or indirectly. So I do support, and also because we should not penalize somebody in a difficult situation that may seek, like my friend who came from Uganda the other day. She may come to Kenya, may go to wherever if she feels Uganda is too hot, and we shouldn't penalize that.
Honorable members, I will put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Automatically, that amendment by Honorable Miri Odhiambo falls. I now put the question that clause 4, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 5 be part of the bill. We have an amendment by Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, we move that clause 5 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, what we are seeking to do is to have the clause refer with more specificity to refugee as defined under the Act. That is what we are seeking to move.
Well, just take 1 more minute to explain so that then you carry members along. I think he is amending the last part, the proviso.
Honorable Chair,
it is a proviso.
Yes, we are amending the proviso at page 978 of the bill, and what we are proposing is a deletion of the words falling under section 3, subsection 1A and B of this act, appearing after the words are refugee. So that we want to lay emphasis on the fact of refugee, not those provisions. I don't know, Chair, whether Honorable Mill requires me to read what is in the bill. Yes.
Well, maybe the essence moving forward, Honorable Kaluma, is not to read essentially what is in the bill, but just give the import of the amendment, so that then that way you're able to carry along members to appreciate the amendments you're doing. Then we go along. Please, you could take an additional half a minute to just help members appreciate.
Yes, Chair, if you look at the proviso to the current clause 5 of the bill, it says, provided that paragraphs E and F shall not apply to a refugee falling under section 3, 1A and B of this act, who is able to invoke compelling reasons, and then it continues. What the committee amendments is seeking to do is to delete the words under section 3, 1A and B of this act, so that it remains as a refugee falling and who is able to invoke compelling reasons. We just want to make it more clear by removing those specific references.
Okay, very well. Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson. I put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Chairperson. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose a question that clause 6 be part of the bill. We have no amendment to that. I therefore put the question that clause 6 be part of the bill? Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I propose a question that clause 7 be part of the bill. We have an amendment by Honorable Miri Odhiambo, specifically subclause 2, paragraph C. Honorable Miri, sorry, we have to move you. That mic seems to not work so much. If you could move to the next one.
Chair, the process of my moving is complicated because I'm using about 4 gadgets. But what I want to say is that based on the harmonization process we've had with the committee, I do realize that the word asylum seeking is also included in the definition, so I dropped my amendment.
Oh, that is dropped now. I therefore put the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I propose a question that clause 8 be part of the bill. We have an amendment by the chairperson, specifically subclause 2, paragraph N and paragraph U.
Yes, Chair, we move that clause 8 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, what we are proposing is to amend subclause 2 of clause 8 by inserting the words coordinate activities to before the words ensure the civilian in paragraph N, and that is just to make it clear and better. And in B, by deleting the words coordination of and substituting therefore the words coordinate where relevant in collaboration with the county authorities. Again, just for semantics but clarity, Honorable Chair, I move.
Yeah, that's straightforward, really. I propose a question that clause 8, paragraph N and paragraph U be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Yes, Honorable Duare.
Chair, I agree with the committee in the amendment to Q. But I think, and I really want Honorable...
Honorable Duare,
8Q.
No, Q is Honorable Miri, and we'll come back to that later. They have
okay.
The committee is on N and U.
Okay, I have a problem with Q.
Okay, very well. I will put the question that clause 8, paragraph N and U be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We have an amendment by Honorable Miri Odhiambo, paragraph Q.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to move that the paragraph be amended as per the order paper. What I'm seeking is that we have compliance with both national and international law as provided in our Constitution.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 8Q be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri Odhiambo. Honorable Duare, did you have a...
Chair, I have a problem with international law because that is too open. We must say international law ratified. Because there are some international law which we are not party to as a country. So by saying international law is going to be a very serious blanket, it will open a Pandora box. So I think I can really ask Honorable Millie to do a further amendment that international law signed and ratified by Kenya. Yeah.
Yes, as Miri organizes herself to that, let's hear the chairperson first.
Yeah, Chair, I oppose the amendment of Honorable Millie on behalf of the committee. Chair, because in Q, in subclause Q, we are already talking about ensuring treatment of asylum seekers and refugees in compliance with national laws. That national laws phrase, Honorable Chair, is very wide. It includes international law, which we have ratified as the former majority leader mentions. So this indeed includes everything that Honorable Mill is seeking to amend.
Honorable Miri, does that sound convincing, especially what the chairperson has said? It looks like quite a legal issue that Honorable chairperson has actually raised about national law.
Chair, as at the circumstance, as at the situation now, because our constitution provides for laws that are ratified in Kenya, I can live with it, so I can drop, that's okay.
Indeed, that makes very solid argument by Honorable Chairperson. I therefore put, that is dropped by Honorable Miri Odhiambo. I therefore put the question that clause 8, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I propose a question that clause 9 be part of the bill. We have two amendments, one by the chairperson and the other by Honorable Miri. We will start with the chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Chair, we are moving that clause 9 of the bill be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, if all members have noted what is in the order paper, what we are seeking to do is to provide that any alternate in the committee shall be nominated and appointed in writing, so that you don't just hear somebody is an alternate without a written evidence. I move.
Yeah, well, it's a point of order. What is out of order, Honorable Miri?
Thank you, Chair. Could I please propose that we go clause by clause, since I have two different amendments and he has a different amendment, so that when we dispose of one, because even my own amendments are very different, so because of that, maybe somebody might agree with me on one and disagree on the other, and vice versa. So is it possible that we go clause by clause?
Yes, yes. Yes, what is Honorable Dore?
As I agree with Honorable Mili, I really want to indulge Honorable Kaluma, Vice Chair. Please, if the amendment is in section 9, for example, tell us, are you introducing a new subsection? Or are you amending A, B, C up to K? Or are you amending 9.2 or 3 or 4? You know, you are just giving us a blanket. You're doing very well, but please tell us the section. Your amendment is, I agree with it. It should be in writing. So is it, where is that, 9A? Yes, say yes. If it is a 9.1, please say it so that we move together, Vice Chair.
Honorable Chair, I thought when it is as long as it is, if it is properly captured in the order paper, then that is already in the order paper. Once I say I move the amendment as per the order paper, it is captured there. Unless I'm being required, Honorable Chair, to read the entire amendment under the order paper.
Honorable Chairperson, no, that cannot be. The practice is, look, you can say you move the amendments as per the order paper. What the members are more keen because they have the order paper is to the rationale, the import. And to carry members along, because there are quite a number of sub-clauses and all that, it helps to mention, maybe this is not the best example, but where you are actually specifically amending a certain sub-clause, maybe paragraph A, it is good to mention that. But on this one, the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Miri, to come back to your point, this one we may not deal with one after the other, because he is actually substituting the entire clause 1. The clause 1 has A, B, C, up to K. He's actually saying replace the entire. So we can only deal with it that way. And that has a consequence to yours. So we'll have to have members discuss that first. And then there are implications to yours later. So, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 9.1 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable members, I'll put the question that clause 9.1 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now, honorable members, having carried that, the amendment by Honorable Miri Odhiambo Ada, subclause D, falls. But Honorable Miri, you have actually an amendment on subclause 2. Please, you have the floor now on subclause 2. That is clause 9, subclause 2.
Chair, the reason why we are actually encouraging Honorable Kaluma to be very specific, usually this part of lawmaking is very tedious, but it is actually the real lawmaking. This is where we are making the law. That is why it's tedious. So please just bear with us, because for instance now with this amendment, because I'm not even sure the import of this amendment on my own amendments, but now that you've said that I need to move 9.1D.
Subclause 2.
Subclause 2.
The
Do I take it therefore that my 1D, the principal secretary, has fallen apart on devolution?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll move and
So
the
you go
3
to
persons.
subclause 2, you are doing a deletion and a substitution of the subclause.
Thank you,
Yours.
Chair. Well, then I'll move that clause because my amendment was actually to add civil society, which has fallen aside. But now moving that in subclause 9.2, that it be amended as per the order paper, and what I'm seeking to do, Chair, is to ensure equitable gender representation in the appointment. But Chair, again, maybe you need to advise, because this amendment was also anchored on my early amendment, so it perhaps does not make sense anymore. Yeah, it doesn't make sense anymore.
Yeah.
So because of that's why I would want to encourage that, even as Honorable Kaluma is doing, I know that is usually very, very good at the second reading, but he's one of the people who are rare at this stage. So he needs to be patient with us, because here we are here normally until midnight. So just be patient and move in a way that we understand.
Well, I have to come to Honorable Kaluma's defense. Sometimes he attends, actually often, but well, I'm sure Honorable Kaluma is well advised. Honorable members, I will put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I therefore put the question that clause 9 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I propose a question that clause 10 be part of the bill. We have an amendment by the Honorable Chairperson, specifically paragraph C. If Honorable Karuma, you can be specific to that extent.
That clause 10 be amended by deleting paragraph C and substituting, therefore, the following new paragraph. C, to advise the Cabinet Secretary in respect to declaration, amendment, or revocation of prima facie determinations. Honorable Chair, this particular clause 10 deals with functions of the committee, and it is the advisory committee. In the manner it was couched before, it is like the one which was making the declarations and these things. We want to add to advise on those matters so that it tallies with the function of the advisory committee. I move, Chair.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 10, paragraph C, be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. I just need some clarification from the committee, because the functions, if I read B says to advise the Cabinet Secretary on matters relating to refugees. Now, number C is to make a recommendation for declaration and revocation of prima facie status, which is distinct. Now, what I see being amended is that we are In B, advise the cabinet secretary on matters relating to refugees. And the new C is, again, to advise the secretary in respect of declaration, amendment, or revocation of prima facie determination. Now, advice and recommendation, right? I don't see the difference, right? To advise on the determination or to make a recommendation for the declaration is about the same. So perhaps the committee may consider that this is perhaps superfluous, yeah? And we don't need it because it's clear that the committee is not making the declaration, is recommending, yeah, for declaration, which is the same as advising the cabinet secretary for declaration, right? Rather than have advice on matters of refugee and then advice on declaration, yeah? But we are actually making on the matters to do with the declaration of prima facie status, they are making a specific recommendation, which is an advisory to the cabinet secretary.
Okay.
You may wish to reconsider whether it's necessary.
Yes.
Or we just.
Honorable, no, let's hear Honorable Karuma. He may say something that defines the way forward.
Yes, Honorable Chair, the majority leader is just confirming that making recommendation is the same as to advise. And I would agree to that extent. Save that, Honorable Chair, the reason as to why we have both B and C is that if you look at B in terms of advise the cabinet secretary on matters relating to refugees is general. But on these specific matters as we go across the bill, you'll find provisions requiring that some recommendations be made before determinations or decisions can be made on those matters. So I would still propose the amendment because it does not change. It does not change anything much other than making it clear that this is the function of an advisory committee.
Okay. Well, that stands on a...
I also add that the view, former majority leader, on this recommendation is a matter which has been tried in courts up to the Supreme Court. Remember, we were seeking to define it. Whether a recommendation would be mere recommendation or it would be mandatory in terms of application. So we want to make it clear that this is just advice, not to open it up to such litigation.
Okay, very well.
On what recommendation means.
Let's hear first from Honorable Bashane. Is that Honorable Bashane?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
I totally agree with the committee member on Kaluma because advice and recommendation are totally different things. If you recommend something and then they say make a recommendation for declaration, it's totally different from advice. I will go with what Honorable Kaluma said.
Okay. Let's hear from Honorable Dwale, then we make progress.
Honorable Chair, I think the way Honorable Millie is taking, the committee of the whole House is lawmaking, and it is give and take. And I totally agree with the leader of majority that at B you have advice, at C is a recommendation of that committee. And even why we have the word prima facie is that still it has to be proved. So the minister will read the recommendation, and then based on what is recommended, he will approve it. So there's a serious distinction between advice. If you have B at advice, and then C we have recommendation. These people must give written. So Honorable Kaluma, I really want to indulge you. Yeah, please, you drop this. This is give and take. That's why we're in the House. And I'm talking this from a person who participated in both drafting of this law. I mean, it has my signature, so I have a history about it with Honorable Millie. So if Honorable Millie has taken, we really want to indulge you to drop that.
Okay, okay. Before Honorable Karuma speaks, let's hear someone who hasn't spoken. Honorable Kaunya. And then...
Thank you, Chairman. I think on that particular point, I want to agree with the chair and the committee. And the thinking is, on C, on B, you are talking about general advice on all matters. And on C, it is specific about revocation of prima facie status. Now, these two are different. This other one is more specific. So it would be important to adopt that change.
Let's hear 1 minute, then we put the matter to vote. Honorable Sankok, Honorable Moro, I'll give you a chance.
Thank you very much, Honorable
We could get 1 minute,
Chair.
then we...
And I want to agree with what the former Majority Leader Emeritus Adan Dwala said, that there is a total difference between recommend and advise. When you advise, you don't expect anything that will be explained to you. But when you give a recommendation, in case they change the recommendation, they must do it maybe in writing and reply to you and say why they did not take your recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Moro.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in lawmaking, simplicity is very critical. And when you look at C, the value added, it is actually totally insignificant. I don't see any value because it's already been provided for. So we don't just need to bring some issues here for the sake of it. It has already been addressed in B. I thank you.
Okay. Honorable Chair, do you have anything to say? Because I have to put this to vote.
Yeah, Chair, I beg the members to look at C more keenly and the challenges we've had, even in the Supreme Court, on the matter of recommendation and advice. As currently couched, the advisory committee is being empowered to make recommendation for declaration and revocation of prima facie status. The contemplation of the provision is that the decision to deal with these declarations and revocation of prima facie status is a decision of the Cabinet Secretary. And all that the advisory committee does is to advise on it. If we go by recommendation and reject the amendment, Honorable Chair, the challenge would be that a person will go interpreting whether this recommendation are to be followed by the Cabinet Secretary or not. And those are what we are avoiding by just making it known that the advisory committee advises on those matters. It is not their work under the bill as proposed to make recommendations.
Okay, very well. We must make progress. Honorable Moro, what is out of order? No, there is a member here who's... use the next one, Honorable Wamalwa.
Thank you, Chair. The point of order is, Honorable Kaluma is trying to push something with an argument of the Supreme Court ruling, which you don't have the benefit. And the rules of this House, normally when such a matter is there, you need to table. Maybe it's misleading for purposes of us including that.
Honorable members, we must put the question on this one. Honorable members, we are telling on this one quite a bit, but I'm unable to close out Majority Leader. If you could take a minute, so that we don't linger here longer than this.
Chair, I think perhaps the committee has not brought this to our attention, but I've just seen two words that have been added.
Okay.
And hence, because it's to advise the Cabinet Secretary in respect of declaration, amendment, or revocation, right? Which the other one is purely on declaration or revocation. Perhaps had they explained that there is a middle word also, that its advice is on respect declaration, amendment, or revocation, I might be persuaded that we are now talking of 3 items, 3 actions, either declaration, amendment, or revocation, which is now an expansion of declaration and revocation in the bill. If that is the case, then I would side with the committee.
Okay, very well. Honorable members, I will put the question that clause 10, paragraph C, be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it. Now, we have amendments by Honorable Miri Odhiambo for paragraph A, B, and D. Honorable Miri.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we are at 9, right?
Yes, it's clause 10.
No, sorry, 10.
Clause 10, yours is on paragraph A, B, and D.
Yes, Chair. In respect, I'm not too sure with these clauses, but the ones where I have provided amendments On adding asylum seekers, I wish to drop that because of the agreement we have had with the committee.
Which is that, Honorable Miri? That is paragraph what?
That's what I'm actually, I noticed I didn't indicate what paragraph it is in my notes.
You are dealing with A, B, and D.
Yes,
So you want
Chair,
to
the
drop
one
one?
that I'm dropping talks about the function of the committee shall be to, oh yeah, it's A, B, and D. So I'll drop that, but I wish to move, no. So
There
essentially
isn't.
I'm dropping to all 10.
Yes, you are dropping everything.
Yeah, then the ones I was thinking of is in 11, sorry.
Okay, very well.
Sorry, Chair.
That remains dropped. I now put the question that clause 10, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I propose a question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Honorable members, we have amendments quite a bit by Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Miri Odiabo. We shall start with Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Kaluma.
Yes, Honorable Chair, we move that clause 11 of the bill be amended by deleting subclause 1 and substituting, therefore, the new subclause 1 as follows, that there is established a committee to be known as a Refugee Status Appeals Committee. B, in subclause 4, by inserting the word revocation immediately after the word cancellation, appearing in paragraph B. C, by inserting the following new subclauses immediately after subclause 4. 4A, a member of the Appeals Committee shall hold office for a term of 3 years and shall be eligible for reappointment for one further term. 4C, each member of the Appeals Committee shall have 1 vote, but in case of a tie in votes, the chairperson shall have a casting vote. And 4D, the Public Service Commission shall provide the Appeals Committee with a secretariat for the purposes of discharging its mandate. Honorable Chair, in terms of amendment to subclause 1, we are doing so for clarity. Just for clarity, if you look at subclause 1 in the manner that body is being created is not neat in law. So we are just making it, more clear that the Refugee Status Appeals Committee is being established in the clearest, legislative manner. But additionally, in terms of 4A, 4C, 4D, which we seek to introduce, we seek that we provide for a secretariat to the Appeals Committee, provide that the chairperson shall have a casting vote where there is a tie, and for the term of office of the members of the Appeals Committee, which is being set at 3 years, Honorable Chair. I beg to move.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Yes. Honorable Sankok, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, we are not yet out of the wood of COVID-19. And you can see Honorable Milio Diambo, the Vice Chair of Labor and Social Welfare Committee, all of them have not put the mask ever since they entered this house. And I think we have not revised the COVID-19 protocol from the Ministry of Health.
Yes, very well. That you are right, Honorable Miri Odiabo, please have your mask, and Honorable the Vice Chairperson. Yes, Honorable Duere.
No, Chair, I think, Honorable, before I go to my procedure, Honorable Sankok is just being very mischievous. Because you can't have your cake and eat it. Because you can't enforce the COVID-19 in the chamber, and when you go out in your rallies, you don't comply with it. But Chair, my only question was, maybe this you can answer as procedure. It's a long time since I attended the committee of the whole house. Honorable Vice Chair is introducing new subclauses. Okay? Are we supposed to deal with them now or later? Just on that.
Well, I think
you can guide us on that. There are new subclauses, 4A, 4C, 4D. Just to be sure, you can give us.
Yes, it is because these are These are sub-clauses under 11. They are not entirely new clauses, which, and I agree with you, new clauses come at the end. Yes, Honorable Miri, let's deal with that. What is out of order? Then we make progress.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me first of all deal with the issue of the mask. And Honorable Sankok, actually, other than the fact that he doesn't normally comply with the COVID rules when he's outside, I know the other reason that he's raising this point of order is so that he can overtake my performance in the House, which he can't, because he was number 2 to me the last time. He must bring proper and serious amendments like the ones I'm bringing. But having said so, Chair, the reason I'm not actually wearing a mask is because I'm keeping distance, and when I wear glasses, I'm sure the other members who wear glasses know, it's very difficult to have mask and glasses, especially when you are doing this work, because it creates a lot of, it's difficult. You might be special. Mine is very difficult. It's very difficult, Chair. But having said so, Chair, you also notice that I'm actually using 3 gadgets. One has the refugee bill, because this is actually what digitizing didn't take into account. Before the order paper, the manual order paper had all these things at once. But now I have to look at one gadget with the refugee bill, my computer with my amendments, and the next gadget with the committee. So it becomes difficult and managing plus this. And having said that, Chair, my point of order is in relation to the way we are moving with these amendments by the committee. I noticed that I have several amendments, and if we take a blanket amendments of the committees, it will create the sort of confusion that I was saying earlier, and even where their own amendments do not affect mine, they may end up actually then affecting mine. So could I please request that we look at we go sub-clause by sub-clause, especially on these ones, so that where I also have an amendment on that specific sub-clause, I can also concurrently move it to avoid confusion, Chair, with your kind indulgence.
Yes, Honorable Miri, I note your request. Some of the sub-clauses are actually more or less related, and they are not in conflict. And where it is seamless, it may make sense for the member to move actually more than one sub-clause. But where a sub-clause relates to maybe another member who has an amendment to the sub-clause, it will be good to mention that sub-clause specifically. So we'll make sure on an ongoing basis, on a case-to-case basis, like on this one, clause 11, what the Honorable Chairperson has moved does not affect yours, because yours is on sub-clause 2, and that has not been touched by the Chairperson. So we'll make sure that, but that sensitivity is important, then so that we carry along everyone. Honorable members, in that case, I will put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Chairperson. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Miri, you have sub-clause 2, sub-clause 5, and new sub-clause 8 after sub-clause 7.
Chair, could I request that I do exactly what I had suggested in relation to mine, because they are very different?
No problem.
So, Chair, I wish to move an amendment to clause 11 to B, that we add a representative of the National Gender Commission, and the reason that I'm suggesting this, Chair, is for obvious reasons, that whenever we have refugees, the ones that are vulnerable that tend to suffer the most are the women and the children. And when we have somebody from the National Gender Commission, then there will actually be a voice, especially given that my amendments on 10 on civil society, and that also had gender representation, was overtaken by events. Could I please then move that we add somebody from the National Gender Commission? I will be moving another amendment on UNHCR, but because they are two different issues, I would request to move them separately.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 11, subclause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri Obiabo. Yes, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Majority.
Yes, Chair. A reading of Article 56, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution establishes only Kenya National Commission for Human Rights. The National Gender and Equality Commission is established additionally by Parliament under Sub-Article 4 of Article 56. The emphasis I'm making, Chair, is that the remit of powers of the Human Rights Commission include dealing with those matters of gender, children, and everybody. We will just be blotting this without adding something which is not there. And I wanted to request Honorable Mili, therefore, that we go with the commission singularly established to deal with human rights matters. Under Article 56.
Honorable Mili, I know it is not a point of order. You want to contribute. I'll give you another stab. What is out of order, Honorable Mili? That mic of yours seems to on and off. I'm afraid we have to keep
it operates by whims. Chair, unfortunately, I'm unable to move because this gadget does not work, even though this one works. So I have to move. The point of order, Mr. Chair, is Honorable Kaluma, who is a lawyer, in order to deliberately mislead this House, that when a gender commission has been established by this House, that it is indeed not lawful. And it is indeed
whether be it women who have a totally different mandate from now bringing them to refugee matters. How do we even know that the person who come for this from the Gender Commission has any knowledge of refugee matters, or will just be a flower girl to balance the numbers? So let us be very specific. Let's be specific, or flower boy. Let's be very specific that here we are looking at specific things, and because we have that overarching proviso in all the committees that are appointed, all the tribunals that are appointed, that they must be gender compliant, then we don't need to worry whether the issues of women, of children, of men will not be taken care of, so long as we have the experts who have been identified within the bill.
Okay.
And I want to let's not just look for, like we are agitating for certain groups to be included in this, then rather than looking at what we exactly want to achieve with the bill.
Okay, let's have the chairperson, then the House makes a decision on this amendment.
Yes, Chair, I thank you. Chair, Refugee Status Appeals Committee deals with human rights matters. Therefore, I agree with the majority leader that once you have the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights representative there, all those human rights issues, whether they relate to gender, whether they relate to persons with disability or marginalized sections of our society, will be taken care of. Chair, also let me urge members that already we have an appeals committee of 7 people. If you have the Gender Commission, you'll be increasing them to 8. And that is why I was saying you're just blotting it without adding much that is not yet there. I want to request Honorable Millie that we retain these bodies as they are for purposes of refugee status appeal.
Okay, okay. Very well, honorable members, let me put this to vote. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 11, subclause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. With as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. With as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The nays have it. Honorable Millie, you have not a further, but another amendment by subclause 5. Honorable Millie, I have asked the Sergeant at Arms to get your mic so that then you don't need to move. But in the meantime, please still move. I've asked the Sergeant at Arms to give you a mic because you have quite a number of amendments.
Thank you,
yes,
thank you, Chair. Chair, I wish to move, but even as I'm moving, I just wish to request that when it is my amendment, please give me the chance to respond instead of the Chair, because it's not his amendment. Because he may end up misleading members.
If you need me to give you a chance, I will definitely give you a chance.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, and having said that, I just want to say as a human rights expert and a gender expert, gender expertise is not human rights expertise. I happen to have both, which is coincidental. But having said that, Chair, I wish to move that...
Honorable Millie, sorry. Actually, you are moving without with the subclause 2, but there is the insertion actually of new subclause 3A, 3B, 3C, and immediately after subclause 3. Had you dealt with that?
No, Chair, we have not actually finished because I was also moving an amendment in the same subclause to add UNHCR because those are 2 different issues. I wanted to deal with them separately. So the gender one has been defeated. So I am moving to add a representative of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. So now this one would be actually the expertise on refugees.
That is
the other one was expertise on gender.
That is under F, paragraph F. Huh?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please move that.
Yes, Chair, I move that we add a subparagraph F that includes a representative of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. Chair, the reason why I'm moving this is that you actually notice on refugee matters in Kenya, the bulk of the people actually who do work in the refugee sector is not even the government, it's civil society and the UN. And that's why I'm proposing that we have the UNHCR. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 11(2)(f) be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Chair, I beg to oppose that amendment on the understanding that if you look at clause 5, subsection 5, 11.5, it provides for that the appeals committee may co-opt an officer of the UNHCR to advise the committee in performance of its function. So what Honorable Millie is doing is removing the co-option function and making the UNHCR rep a permanent person in a committee. Now, we already have the Kenya Commission on Human Rights. Why do we want the UN to come and sit in a human rights appeal, yet their role should only be advisory, and they will be co-opted as and when they are required? We must be Kenyan first, before we subject ourselves to bloating our institutions with appointees from the UN who are answerable to a totally different regime. They can come as advisors, but they cannot come to micromanage the situation. And I think let's get our own national psyche in the right perspective.
Honorable Kabinga.
Yeah, Chair, I want to support the position by the Leader of Majority. The idea of having the UNHCR permanently sit in the committee is not necessary, Chair. They can be co-opted, they can be invited to provide the expertise that is required, but it's not necessary for them to have a permanent seat in that particular committee.
Okay, very well. Honorable Miri, do you? No, Honorable Miri.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, despite the mood of the House, I will stick by my proposed amendment because I wish we were as faithful in being Kenyans even in our finances. We cannot be so Kenyanly proud when it comes to representation, but almost half of 3/4 of the money that deals with the refugees comes from UNHCR. But now we are very proudly Kenyan when it comes to one person sitting there. Chair, I don't mind what the mood is. I stand with my proposed amendments.
Honorable members, let's make progress, honestly. Honorable members, I'll put the question that clause 11, subclause 2, paragraph F, be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri Odhiambo. With as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. With as many as of the contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The nays have it. Honorable Miri, you still have, yes, the new subclauses, 3A, 3B, and 3C. Please move them together. The new subclauses.
Chair, the reason why I can't move them together is because they are different. I know we are in a hurry, but unfortunately, I shall be heard. Chair, I move that clause 11.
Honorable Miri, let me be clear. You know, 3A, it's about appeals committee, isn't it?
Pardon?
The 3A is about appeals committee. And
yes.
3C is about the membership of that committee.
Yes, and the committee has actually passed
yes.
An amendment to subclause 4, which I agree with. So there is no reason for me to move what I agree with the committee on.
Yeah. So that.
That's why I'm saying I'd have to move one by one because when we are doing harmonization with the committee, I agreed with them on the issue of the committee shall serve. Mine are proposed 4 years. The committee proposed 3 years renewable ones, which is okay by me. Because really that's what was missing was that aspect of the term limit.
Okay, then move them.
So then let me move the thank you. Chair, let me then move that subclause 11 3 be amended by seeking that in appointing the committee that the appeals committee regard shall be taken to ensure equitable gender representation. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 11, subclause 2, actually subclause 3, let me carry that again. It's actually a new subclause. Honorable members, I propose a question that new subclause 3A be part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Chair, Honorable Miri Odhiambo, when we were dealing with clause 9, withdrew a similar provision, which was in 2, that in appointing representatives to the committee at section what? Cabinet shall ensure the equitable gender representation.
Clause 2 what?
Withdrew it on the understanding that it's already provided for. Now we are introducing the same thing that in another committee, yet in the first committee we withdrew.
Just point to me.
It's on record. She withdrew that amendment on clause 9 on the equitable representation. We are now talking of equitable representation, gender representation, which we all agree is provided for in the Constitution, is provided within the law, that all committees shall be gender compliant. So why are we legislating in vain, legislating the obvious? We should actually be spending our time in adding value to the bill rather than just restating what's already provided for elsewhere.
Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I agree with the majority leader, but additionally, Honorable Chair, if you look at clause 11.2, in terms of how the Refugee Status Appeals Committee is to be constituted. We are talking of representatives of various agencies and departments of government. And these departments of government are just, sending one representative. How does a single government department sending one representative consider gender balance on one nominee? It is impracticable. And therefore, I was going to say that in addition to the fact that gender parity is a requirement under the Constitution already, what Honorable Millie is proposing by this amendment is only practicable in terms of 11, the nomination under clause 11(2)(e), where 3 people are to be nominated. So my problem with Honorable Millie is that she is imposing this amendment for all these representatives, which is impracticable. Okay. I therefore oppose.
Okay, members, let's really make progress. We can't linger here so much. Honorable members, I put the question that new subclause 3A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Honorable Miri, please move quickly. The new subclause 3B. Honorable Miri.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, one of the things I want to say is that, in fact, what Honorable Kaluma says proves exactly what I'm saying. That the ministries will send, you'll find a committee that is all full of men. So he's actually proving what I'm saying. But be that as it may, I know this war is a long war, but we will fight it here by winning some and losing some, but I am here. And I will be here until every day fighting that gender war.
That's fine.
Having said that, Mr. Chairman, I will fight, and I'm glad Kaluma is not always here. He will win on this one, but he will lose on the others by his absence. Chair, I wish to move that...
Honorable Miri, I wanted you to pronounce yourself because... 3B,
yes, that's what I'm actually moving.
You can't move because the 3A is gone. That established the appeals committee.
Yes.
Its membership and how it operates does not arise anymore. I wanted you to pronounce yourself.
On which one?
On 3B and 3C, now that doesn't apply.
On 3D.
3B is about the members of the committee shall serve a 4-year term, which may be renewable once.
Which I agreed with the committee on, Chair.
Very well.
The committee had actually moved an amendment, and I just want to also encourage the committee that what Honorable Dwale had said is important, that when you are in this committee of the whole house, it's a give and take. And the committee will tell you that a lot of the ones where we have agreed, I only gave. They have none where they have agreed with me. They refused everything. So let us learn that it's not a fight against the bill. Okay. They shouldn't look at it like it's a fight against the bill.
Okay, it cannot be a fight, Honorable Miri.
Let them learn and come to this section, this stage more often.
There's a point of order by Honorable Kajwang.
You know, Chair, this is the period, the time that we also need some break. But, Chair, seriously, I've heard the member for Suba North, a lady that I respect, a lady who gives me a lot of encouragement for her vigilance, her sheer vigilance. She mentioned the word fight. Now, Honorable Chair, you know how the word fight gave problems to the United States of an impeachment trial of President Trump. And this word fight was looked at and pieced and, can merely find another way of employing another word so that the issue of gender issues are not understood to be fight, all the time fighting.
Your colleague Honorable Kajwang is worried about the disposition of fight. I'm sure.
Chair, I am willing to use another terminology, but it might have a sexual connotation. Okay. We are willing to push, but it might have a sexual connotation.
Proceed, Honorable Miri. We don't want to get there, at least not now.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank Honorable Kajwang,
Let's make progress.
who is also my brother. Chair, I've actually agreed with the committee on subclause 4, and now move that we have a new subclause 5, which provides that the appeals committee shall be independent in the exercise of its functions under this act. And they should no longer fear because it's all government, so it can as well just be independent.
Honorable Mini, let's be clear, because you subclause B, honorable members, we are lingering here because we need to be very clear. Honorable Mini, subclause 5, you are not deleting, you are deleting. You are not amending, you are deleting. Or are you dropping?
Chair, because I'm actually looking at my original amendments, maybe the parliamentary office may not have captured, but my original amendment in subclause 4, 11.5, has an amendment, an inclusion that the committee can be independent, but Chair can drop that because it's all government, so it doesn't matter anymore. They can be independent or non-independent, it really doesn't matter. But now, subclause 11.5, I am moving, it doesn't actually apply because I was moving an amendment to delete the High Commissioner for Refugees, but because my earlier amendment on the High Commissioner of Refugees has been defeated, yes, it falls off the way.
Okay, proceed to new subclause 8. Yes, new subclause 8. I know, Honorable Miri, you have quite a bit of amendment, so I'm sure you are shuttling around.
8 of 11.
New subclause 8 after subclause 7. The one about the Cabinet Secretary shall make regulations to give effect to the section, and such regulations shall include
yes,
A,
yes,
B, and
Chair.
C.
I've seen it. Thank you, Chair. Could I please also request that I be protected from Majority Leader who is in a hurry to finish and is telling me to just drop it? I'm not dropping. Chair, I wish to move that we include the amendment to subclause 8 that provides that the Cabinet Secretary shall make regulations to give effect to that section, and which regulations shall include procedures of providing interpreters for refugees or asylum seekers, mechanisms of ensuring confidentiality, mechanisms of ensuring impartiality, protection against sexual harassment, rights of representation by a lawyer, and permission of attendance by eligible observers.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Miri Odhiambo. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Chair, the regulation making authorities is given to the Cabinet Secretary under clause 43. And because of that, I request Honorable Mili to drop or I oppose the amendment. And it is very wide there. It can cover all those issues. If Honorable Mili would look at clause 43, subclause 1.
Honorable Kabinga.
And I just want to support that position by the chair. When such regulations are developed, they find their way into this house. And that is the time my good friend would now come in and propose whatever she wants included in those regulations.
Okay, very well. Honorable members, I will put, yes, Honorable Miri, if you could have a final stab on that.
Yes, Chair. I just wish to respond to that. That one, when those regulations are made, there's no guarantee that all of them will be here. Some stop at the committee. And secondly, when you do work of gender mainstreaming, if you provide include, it does not exclude what else the others will do, but it means what you are saying are so important that it needs to be ensured. Issues of confidentiality, or especially for women who have been sexually abused while they are moving, issues of protection of women and children are very important that should, at the very least, be included. I don't see what it harms, how it harms the chair of the committee. I stand even if I'm the only voice standing with it.
Okay, very well. Honorable members, I will put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Miri Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Honorable members, I will now put the question that clause 11 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
My friend.
Clause 12.
I will propose a question that clause 12 be part of the bill. No amendment to that. I therefore put the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I propose a question that clause 13 be part of the bill. We have an amendment by Honorable Miri, Honorable Miri Odhiambo. Clause 13.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I propose that we add the UNHCR, a representative of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, to the eligibility panel. That is my first proposed amendment in 13.2. I propose.
I propose a question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri Odhiambo. Yes, let's start with Honorable Sankok.
I think this is the same thing that we handle, Honorable Chair, and I think we said that we should actually be Kenyans, and truly Kenyans, because is there any other Kenyan who is sitting in any committee outside this country, or we are inviting foreigners to start micromanaging? And you know, they are answerable to their paymasters. Their paymasters are not Kenyans. We need Kenyans who are answerable to the paymasters who are the citizens of this country. Thank you.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Yes, indeed, Honorable Chair. The bill provides for the panel co-opting a representative of UNHCR in exactly the same way as it did for the committee, the appeals committee. And since this House already made a decision on the appeals committee, I would urge
Honorable Chair, I oppose the proposed amendment. Honorable Chair, if you look at clause 13, subclause 3, there is provision already made to allow the eligibility panel, once established, to co-opt somebody from UNHCR. Note that UNHCR should sit permanently in this body. Honorable Chair, I would request Honorable Mili
Finally, Honorable Ino.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask Mili to say the reasons why, because this is the second time he's insisting that the UN should be represented here. Can you just come front and tell us why you really advocate for this?
Honorable, Honorable, you cannot ask a member to explain to you further. You should. But Honorable, do you have a final stab?
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps Honorable Martin might not know, but before I joined Parliament, I worked with the human rights sector. I've never worked with the UN. I've worked with the human rights sector, civil society, and worked very closely with the different UN agencies. And the UN agencies include all nations, including Kenya. And the primary responsibility of dealing with refugee issues is UNHCR, not any other. I've worked with UNODC, which is UN Organization on Crimes, on issues of counter-trafficking in person. So if you are dealing with trafficking, I would push UNODC. And if you actually look at the Trafficking Act, I have UNODC. This is a primary agency that actually sponsors the support of of refugees in this country. And they are the ones who actually do all this work. And for that reason, I really don't see why they are not included, because in any event they'll do it. The only difference between me and the committee is the committee is talking about a co-option which may or may not be. Personally, I'm thinking they should be. It's one person from UNHCR. I don't see the harm. Thank you.
Honorable members, I'll put the question on this one. I'll put the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it.
It's very nice to be fighting.
Clause 14.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. We have two amendments, number of amendments by the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Miri Odhiambo. We will start with Honorable Miri Odhiambo because she starts, it is subclause 1. Honorable Miri.
Chair, I propose that we amend subclause 1 to give a person that is aggrieved by the decision of the appeals committee 60 days instead of 30 days, because we know under the circumstances that refugees deal, that time that they are given, which is 30 days, is a very short time. Most of them are strangers to this country. They may not have legal representation. I know this because a lot of times many cases of refugees were referred to me when I was a counsel in FIDA, and sometimes by the time the matter comes to you, it's already late by law. So maybe if you could give them 60 days instead of 30 days. That's my proposed amendment, both in 1 and 2. So I move for both subclause 1 and 2.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the clause 14 be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Chair. The privilege of appeal here is being given against the decision of the Commissioner, not the appeals, Refugee Status Appeals Committee. And Chair, if you look at those decisions, they may require that a person who has been denied refugee status be removed immediately. Giving such a person, Honorable Chair, a whole 60 days to be within is too long a time for a state party to the convention to retain a party. I was saying that even in the interest of the person affected by the decision of the Commissioner, within 30 days would be enough, so long as it is 30 days upon being notified of the decision. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Kabinga, then we make progress.
Yes, Chair. Again, I hope Honorable Miri will not feel like we are opposing everything she's proposing. But Chair, 60 days will only give the aggrieved time to manipulate and to do things that are not necessary in this country. We know that 30 days are enough. Beyond there, you'll be giving time for manipulation of our processes, as has been done by most of these people. And we know it. They have been doing it. We have been working with these people also. Some of us have also been working in the international arena with refugees, and we know that some of them come here with a lot of knowledge on how to manipulate our processes. 30 days are enough, Chair.
Okay. Honorable members, I will put the question on that one. I will put the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Honorable Chairperson, you have an amendment on subclause 2.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, I move that clause 14 of the bill be amended by deleting subclause 2 and substituting therefore the following new subclause. 2, a person who is aggrieved by the decision of the appeals committee may appeal to the High Court within 30 days of being notified. Chair, the main emphasis we are making here is of being notified. The appeals body can make the decision but the refugee or the person affected may not get notice of the fact. So we are securing that the 30 days period is from the time that is duly notified of a decision. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Yes, Honorable Miri.
Thank you, Chair. Despite the committee consistently opposing me, I will support the amendment, not to please them, but because I believe in it. Chair, I will tell you that even if I bring the entire bill and they oppose, because I believe in what I'm bringing, I am not moved. I am consistent and I will bring them. I think Honorable Kimunya, who has been with me here, knows that about me. I will move all of them. I am so relaxed, Honorable Kimunya. I'm just telling you the way I tell you consistently that I will move all of them, whether or not you support me or not. I will move. But on this one, the amendment makes sense that they can appeal to the High Court. I support.
Honorable Miri, don't anticipate that they will not support you in the subsequent
No, they were saying they will oppose, so I don't care. I will bring all of them.
You bring all of them, but the House will make decisions at that point. What is out of order, Honorable Karuma?
Chair, Honorable Mili is intimidating all members to accept amendments. And she is making presentations as to make the nation believe that when we are at the committee stage, we are in a barter trade. If I accept this, we don't accept this. We oppose with reasons or support with reasons, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Karuma, you are not being intimidated. You cannot. And if you will, I'll be surprised. Honorable members, I will. Yes, Honorable Masara hasn't spoken and he want to speak on this so that we carry out. Yes, let's give Honorable Masara.
Thank you, Chairman. One, I want to appreciate the effort Honorable Mili is doing, and through such an effort is why he has been elected twice now as a representative of the Suba North constituency. Chair, I want to say that as I'm a member of this committee, we really tried to persuade ourselves on the amendments, but eventually we came with what the Honorable Chair has just brought in the House. So we are not against Honorable Mili. We were really trying, and we tried for a long time. And that's why we even agreed to go for negotiation table to ensure that we accommodate each and everyone's views. Yes. Chairman, so I'm saying that we may not go the route she's taking because we are Kenyans and Kenya is our business.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr.
Very
Chair.
well. Honorable members, I will put the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now, Honorable Mili, you had, on that particular subclause 2, you had an amendment. Is that so? Or actually, it's even a new clause 5. Yes, as per the order paper. No, it's 14. Is the Honorable Miri, we have to make sure we prosecute every clause that you have proposed an amendment.
Yes, Chair.
Without fail. Is a subclause amendment?
Thank you, Chair. The good thing with Parliament is that my amendments have to be dealt with. And I therefore move that new subclause 14.5, I move that we have a new subclause 14.5, that no fee shall be charged for the filing of applications and appeal under this section. This is to ensure access to justice for refugees who often do not have the requisite economic muscles to file a legal process. I move.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri Odhiambo. I will put the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri Odhiambo. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Now, Honorable Miri, I told you, you do not anticipate rejection. That one has been carried. Okay, very well. Honorable members, I'll put the global question, and I'm sorry, I hadn't actually put the global question on clause 13, just the global question for tidiness. Allow me to put the global question on clause 13, that I now put the question that clause 13, as amended, be part of the bill. With as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. With as many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I will also put the global question on clause 14. I now put the question that clause 14, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 15, 16, 17, and 18.
I propose a question that clauses 15, 16, 17, and 18 be part of the bill. We have no amendments to those clauses. I therefore put the question that clauses 15, 16, 17, and 18 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. All the members. All the members. It is, you must vote either way. There is no middle ground. I'll put that again. I now put the question that clauses 15, 16, 17, and 18 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 19 be part of the bill. We shall start with, we have one by Honorable Millie Odhiambo and Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, please.
Honorable Chair, we move that clause 19 of the bill be amended A in subclause 1 by deleting the expression section 30 appearing immediately after the words subject to and substituting therefore the expression section 29. Honorable Chair, we are correcting just in terms of cross-referencing, in terms of the relevant provisions under that subclause.
Honorable Karuma, you move on 19.1. 19.1.
Yes, I'm on 19.1.
Yeah, because 2 and 3 will change the ordering.
I'm on 19.1. Okay. Honorable Chair, as per the order paper, we are just deleting section 30 and replacing it with section 29, which is the right provision in terms of cross-referencing. I move.
Okay, very well. I now put the question that clause 19.1 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson. I will put the question that clause 19.1 be amended as proposed by the Chairperson. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now, on subclause 2 and 3, we have an amendment by Honorable Miri and Honorable Chairperson. Now, Honorable Miri Odhiambo, we shall start with Honorable Miri Odhiambo because her amendments are fundamental, in the sense that if they are carried, she is proposing a deletion. If they are carried, then there will be nothing for the Chairperson to amend. So we'll start with the Honorable Miri Odhiambo's one.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I propose that we delete subsection 2 and 3 because subsection 1 already provides sufficient grounds for expulsion, but subsection 2 and 3 introduces something called public morality. What is public morality? Even in our own laws relating to Kenyans, we are done away with public morality. So, and other than that, Chair, if you look at Article 32 of the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees, which Kenya acceded to on the 16th of May 1966, it provides very clearly for the grounds for expulsion, which is actually what we provide in subsection 1. But it does not include the issue of morality. It goes against Article 27 of the Vienna Convention on the law of treaties and other treaties to which Kenya is a signatory. So I propose deletion of those two because the issues of concern for expulsion are already provided in sub 1.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 19, 2, and 3 be deleted as proposed by Honorable Miri. Yes, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I'm happy Honorable Millie does not agree with the expulsion on account of breach of public order. Honorable members, this provision is dealing with circumstances under refugees may be expelled from the country. And public order is very wide, Honorable Chair. If you consider the process for identification and the refugee status, process, what if you admit a person on a temporary basis and you discover he's a terrorist? As Honorable Mill is saying, you cannot expel him. These are the security, situations we are talking about, and that is why public morality. If Honorable Millie waited to listen to our amendment, in which we are saying public morality should not be subjective, but we are adding the words public morality under the law, so that it is defined. You don't just say everything is immoral. So I would request that Honorable Millie considers our amendment and leave this, because otherwise you'll incapacitate the state even where there are grounds to expel a person who is a refugee. Let me tell you, Honorable Chair, just across Uganda here, something like gay marriages and those other issues is an issue there. And just a short while back, the Turkanas chased several refugees from Uganda who were essentially in Kakuma because they are practicing gayism and those things which are not allowed by our law. We are not saying everything immoral, but if it is immoral under our law, we can expel you. And these are the people who came to the courts here wearing bikinis and funny things while they are men, Honorable Chair. We can expel you on account of those breaches, so long as it is under the law.
Okay. Yes, Honorable Miri. Honorable Miri.
Chair, I'm very reasonable. If he acts under the law, I'm willing to concede. But when you just leave morality, we might actually then send somebody back to their homes because they are wearing a skirt which is knee-high. Because that's very subjective. Okay. If it's under the law, I'm okay. Chair.
Okay, so you remain dropped or withdrawn subclause 2 and 3. Therefore, we need to move to the Honorable Chairperson's ones. Honorable Chairpersons, please.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I move that clause 19 of the bill be amended at clause 19, subclause 2, by inserting the words under the law immediately after the words public morality. And we are making this amendment, Honorable Chair. Yes, and at C, in subclause 3, by deleting the expression subsection 1, appearing immediately after the words in terms of, just for neatness, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 19, subclause 2 and 3 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. I will put the question that clause 19, subclause 2 and 3 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I will put the question that clause 19, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Miri. Honorable Miri, there is no subclause 5 under 19. We have to go. No, not on this one.
Clause 20.
Honorable members, I propose the question clause 20 be part of the bill. We have amendment by two members, Honorable Miri Odhiambo and Honorable Oudo Ojiambo. Now, we shall start with Honorable Miri. The one of Honorable Ojiambo shall be moved under express. Honorable Ojiambo has written and has requested Honorable Nyikal to move on his behalf. But let's start with Honorable Miri, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I don't know again whether I go by subclause, but I'll move that we amend subclause 1 to also include the elderly, because we are providing for that the Commissioner shall ensure the specific measures are taken to ensure the dignity and safety of women and children. But also, I just wanted to add that we also take care of the elderly, not just the women and children. Do
you want us to deal with that, each of them, especially because new subclause 5 has 2 members moving. So let's deal with one.
Chair, because I have proposed amendments to subclause. That is to subclause 1. Then I have another one in subclause 4. Another one in subclause 5.
Okay, let's dispense with the clause 1.
So the clause 1 is on elderly.
Yes,
just adding the elderly.
Let's dispense with that first. Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 20, subclause 1 be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri Odhiambo. Yes, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, yes, Honorable Chair, the proposal by Honorable Mili is agreeable to committee, save the location. And I wanted to inform the House and Honorable Mili that we are bringing in care for elderly persons under clause 21 because under the committee's considerations, we deemed the elderly or old persons being added there, if you look at the committee amendments, neater than having it lapped under women and children. Where we are dealing with persons with disabilities, I would request for neatness, and we consulted a lot, including UNHCR, the Refugee Consortium, and we located the right place toward the elderly in 21, and that is the amendment we'll be later proposing. I request Honorable Mili to agree to drop so that we can locate it there.
Honorable Mili.
Chair, I want to encourage this committee that next time when we have a bill, can they just call me so that we sit with them? We're actually trying to make a consultation with Honorable Kaluma, 15 minutes to this, because then we didn't need to have this. Otherwise, I agree with him.
Okay, well, that is dropped. Now, Honorable Miri, please move subclause 4.
Even 4 we dropped earlier. What were you saying about 4?
She has to pronounce herself to that. Honorable Miri, you have an amendment to subclause 4. You are inserting words there.
Chair?
It's about national international law.
Chair, I think this one we had actually agreed in the 15 minutes that we met on an earlier amendment, that so long as we have the national laws that include international, that's okay. Okay. So I dropped that amendment.
Honorable members, that is dropped. And now you have new subclause 5. Honorable Miri, still don't move. You have new subclause 5.
Chair. Chair, even though my earlier proposal was defeated, I will move this one. That the Cabinet Secretary shall develop rules and regulations to give effect to the provision of these sections, and in particular, that seeks to ensure that no child is subject to trafficking in persons. There's proper registration and identification, especially so that children are not lost, that a child is placed in a place of safety or with the designated officer, and that a child receives psychosocial support. I know that they may be in rules and regulations, but there is no harm in adding them here for purposes of emphasis. Even in literature, we are taught that, Chair. And especially when we exclude, sometimes attention is not paid to them. So I move, Chair.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 20 be amended as proposed, as has been proposed by Honorable Miri Odhiambo. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, the proposed amendments are in substance in order. What we are talking to is the need to have a neat legislation. Honorable Chair, if we proceed this way, then we'll be establishing regulation-making authority or delegated power under each and every provision. And that is why under clause 43, we identify all those issues over which regulations can be made in addition to the general powers. I would request Honorable Mili Odhiambo that maybe she considers bringing this very provision, but under clause 43, so that the regulation-making authorities and the issues they can deal with are clear, instead of having each provision donating delegated powers.
Yes, very well. Honorable Miri.
Chair, in terms of procedure, I'm actually not allowed to do that. But in the spirit of taking us forward, either the chair can move them, or I'll bring them at a later date under that subclause 43. Okay. But if we had actually had this discussion, that's why we are always encouraged to harmonize, then I could have brought them under that, because I'm also not opposed to things which are reasonable.
Okay.
So I drop.
Okay, very well. I like your recommendation of a pre-consultation before we get to the plenary. But we are here now. Now, Honorable that is dropped. Then Honorable Ojiambo. Honorable Nyikao on behalf of Professor Ojiambo. You have a new clause.
Yeah, Chair, on behalf of Honorable Ojiambo and with the permission of the letter that I brought before you, we propose that clause 20 of the bill be amended by inserting the following new subclause immediately after subclause 4, which is now 5. The Commissioner shall ensure that a child whose applications for refugee status is being considered or is registered as refugee status under this Act is accorded the rights provided under the Children's Act. Chair, what this does is actually to make sure that any child who is in the country is either with the refugee parents or if they are seeking refugee status, is treated exactly the same as any other child in the country. And I think it is important for us to realize that children are often, if not always, the innocent victims of circumstances that bring about refugee status. So I beg to move that amendment.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by Honorable Oudo Ojiambo. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in substance, Honorable Oudo is right. But Chair, human rights are rights to individuals, not just citizens. So whether a child is a refugee or not, they have those rights. And Honorable Chair, under Article 53 of the Constitution, the rights of every child, whether refugee or otherwise, within Kenya are already prescribed. In fact, mentioning the Children's Act instead of the Constitution is even diminishing those rights, because the children have more rights under Article 53, which is applicable to every child within the space called Kenya, whether or not they are citizens. So I would request that on account of that, Honorable Chair, that amendment is opposable, it be dropped or we reject it. They are already catered for under Article 53.
Okay, 1 minute, Honorable Majority Leader.
Indeed, Chair, I don't know whether the Honorable Member, the Honorable Jambo, Oudo had looked at the bill, because 22 provides for exactly the same, that the Commission shall ensure that a child who is in need of refugee status and is considered a refugee receives appropriate protection and assistance. You know, that's in accordance with the law. So we are actually adding something that's already provided for. And Honorable Jikal may well consider whether you need to continue prosecuting that or withdraw it.
Honorable Nyikal, 1 minute. Do you have anything to say before I put the matter to vote?
Chair, can I just get more clearly what he mentioned under 22? Because if it is in the Constitution, then I don't see what is wrong with adding it there, because it doesn't breach the Constitution. So, but that's what I'm saying. Can you get under 22? Which one are you referring to? 22. Okay. And the Commissioner shall ensure that a child who is in need of refugee status and who is considered a refugee receives appropriate protection and assistance, whether accompanied or not by his parents. But Chair, the only difference here, and can be assured, is considered a refugee or considered. Now, that is not quite the same as a child who they are requesting or the parents themselves are refugees. So there is not exactly the same. And I think in situations of children, you actually need to be extremely exact. You don't want a loophole where if people go to court, they can say being considered or under request or with the parents who are refugees are not the same thing.
Okay, very well.
So I would think that it is better to let this go on.
Other members, we must put the question on this. We must make progress. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by Honorable Oudo Ojiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Honorable members, Chairperson, we must report progress. Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair. Please.
We need time to go back.
Yes.
So
Who is the mover? Please, we don't have time. Please. We don't have time. Please.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Refugees Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019, up to clause 20, and its approval thereof with amendments, and seek leave to sit again.
Honorable members, we must report progress because the House must rise in 3 minutes. I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Refugees Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019, up to clause 20, and its approval thereof with amendments, and seek to leave to sit again. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
The mover? Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the Refugees Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019, up to clause 20, and approved the same with amendments, and seek leave to sit again.
Roel, mover?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and I also request the Honorable Kaluma to second the motion for agreement with the report of the House, of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Roel, I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, and the time being 6:30 p.m., this House stands adjourned until today, Tuesday, 23rd February 2021 at 7 p.m.
I agree with you. Actually, it was even the one in need of is broader than the required. Because that means you are in the middle